I come back and the void has returned. Don't read too much into that. Hey, offshore Twitch account. Hey, Von Falkenstein. Hey, Kenexco. Hey, Lace.
We will triumph.
I'm sorry, you an elf? Ah, why would you... Oh, the ears. Legends say when the Arathi first settled at our home, we were two people, humans and high elves, who joined to help teach them magic. They built the foundations of the Arathi Empire, and together we became one. We've remained united since then. I'm not an elf. I am an Arathi. Evil left.
The Empire's...
Please excuse my husband. Oh, hang on, let's talk to her husband first.
When the star shifts, seek shelter.
For many years, the only non-Arathi we ever saw in Hallowfall were trying to kill us. Nerubians, shadow creatures, beasts, so forgive me if I view your son around with suspicion. However, my better half would urge me to be more welcoming, and I do try to be better. For her. Some of the salamanthers in Rumshackle have been bothering us. Kill them. Bring me proof.
Stay alert.
I don't trust you any further than I can throw you. Yeah, you probably couldn't throw me a foot. I am made of stone.
The Emperor rewards the faithful.
Please excuse my husband's rudeness. When we signed up for our expedition, we expect to be away from our families for a few years at worst. Instead, we'd settle here as we guard against the end, against Renalash. Who knows when our watch will end? I've been stockpiling a cache of wine from our church vineyards to share with everyone when tensions got high. My hiding place, Rumshackle, has been overrun. Could you get the wine for me?
The Empire is forever.
Could you kill Fife really quick? Why would I kill Fife? Because he's an eel sympathizer? Well, that is clearly worthy of death. All eels must die.
We are the warriors of the sacred flame.
So, my cousin Sophietta and I came to Hallowfall together as stalwarts. Since arriving, we both lived here in Dunnell's kindness for years, but she last left to follow her dream of being one of our airship captains, or at least joining an airship crew. She's a strong person. I don't know how she's doing, especially without Innkeeper Veron's sweet trolls. She can't get them at Lightspark, the Sky Academy, but will you take these to her? Make sure she's doing alright?
Take your leave.
I got you back. Eel lover. It's like the new slur. Eel lover. Most pretentious yet popular opinion regarding any game lore. Any game lore? Ooh. Okay. Let me think about that. Hey, Adam Ciuta. Hang on. Oh, it's taking me so long to kill this thing. Okay, so... As you can see, here's my outfit, right? But you know what? I feel like having two shoulders. Boop! Check it out. Two shoulders. See? There's the top one, which we'll go and just make go away. And now I've only got one shoulder on. Or I can make the top shoulder, like, different shoulder. See, I can vary it up like that. We got options.
May your feet find good trails.
I forget when they added that in. Transmog has been getting better basically every major patch or expansion. It's kind of funny. Okay, so any pretentious yet popular opinion of a story. Hang on, I've got one like it's tickling the back of my brain, but I can't put a finger on it. Like, this isn't a good example, but like saying that the Primalists are good guys would be an example of what I'm talking about. But that's not it, because that's not a popular opinion. I've got one. I've actually got one. Paul is a good guy in Dune. And he's the hero of the story. You know, everyone in chat, huh? Paul Atreides, the main character, dude. Yeah. Hello, Czar. Yeah, that is a fairly popular opinion. I guess that's not pretentious, though, is it? That's like the opposite of pretentious. I just failed at answering your question. I just realized. I'm sorry. I was actually thinking of, like, the worst opinion that's popular. So, I have actually still failed. I apologize. That is probably the worst opinion, though, that I can think of. Like, even, oh god, I can't think of his name. The author of Dune made it very clear, no, Paul's the bad guy. Like, he called them the jihads for a reason, you know? I think it was jihad. Okay, most pretentious opinion. Gosh. I mean, true enough, Ruth. Dune, of the many things I don't like about the Dune setting, one of those is the fact that it's functionally a grimdark. It doesn't have most of the highlights of a grimdark, but it is a grimdark. Frank Herbert, that's him. Let's see. Pretentious opinion. Continuity is a bad thing, actually. You see, in order to properly elucidate upon the narrative's ability to self-actualize at any given point in its ludo-narrative... oh, God, I'm screwing it up. I fail. Star Wars is for kids. Actually, no, that is still pretty pretentious, to be quite frank. Anybody who unironically says that Star Wars is for kids means that as an insult. And that's pretty much the problem. Now, Star Wars has often also appealed to children demographic on purpose. But when someone says Star Wars is for kids, they are being insulting. They're trying to say that it's low-minded or drivel or whatever, right? Like, that's the intent by which they say that. So that's actually a good pick. I'm stealing Huthor's idea. I've got a great answer to your question, Act. Star Wars is for children, unlike true adults like me. Now, normally I would follow through that joke by saying they were into something else. But the problem is, no matter what else I say, I'm insulting that thing by associating it with people like that. So I decided to just not follow through on that joke, because I don't want to insult anything by associating with people like that. There's plenty of reasons to like plenty of art, right? Which is sort of the point. Moving on.
Beladar shift in your favor.
Others may be satisfied with your words that you have done what I'd asked. I am not.
Always be prepared.
Well, you have helped. Perhaps she's right. Perhaps I should follow this example set by Dunel. Thank you.
Beware the shadows.
You are an outsider, yes? Take your leave.
Imagine 20 Arathi huddling under the safety of a single light for 10 years. Imagine they're waiting for a chance to let their hair down with a good drink with their comrades. Now imagine how they'll feel once the wine is gone. Please hurry.
We are all...
Oh, thank the flame. You've prevented a small riot from forming.
The Empire is forever.
You're welcome. Warcraft is about orcs versus humans. Yeah. Yeah. That is a weirdly popular opinion that thankfully Blizzard has been throwing out the goddamned window.
Step into the light.
Airships give Arathi army command of the skies, but roads are the lifeblood of empires. My scouts protect the light and passageways of Hallowfall for citizens. One such patrol has been out to report, has been late to report their walk to the eastern road. Seek by the missing scouts by light of smoke or flame. Arathi soldiers know better than to linger in dark.
May the shadows pass you by.
Yes, first-person shooters can't have a story. Also, anytime anybody uses the word woke with any level of sincerity, that's an immediate, like, eyebrow raise as far as their opinion. If they say it as a joke, well, then it's a woke joke. But if they say it sincerely, then they're thrown out the window.
We are the seekers of light.
Okay, so he refuses to meet my gaze. Okay.
May the shadows pass you by.
I am now exalted with
For
lore
the
walkers.
Empire.
Guard our ways, repel the dark, civilize the twisted land. All in the name of Empire. This is the mission of the Arathi army, a mission I can heed no longer. I'm afraid. I won't go back to the dark, not after what I've seen. If Mavis or any of my other companions survived, and they must crave the mercy of a swift death, and I left them to that terror. Tell Captain Trueflame her scouts died in darkness, one and all.
Stay
Or,
protected in the light.
I could go rescue your crew. How's that for a thought? Okay, well, this one's dead. I can't rescue this one. It's got a parasitic wasp in it. That's gross on several levels. Get that.
The flame burns for all of us. Always be
He
prepared.
clutches the compass tight and finally raises his gaze to regard you.
Beware the shadows. Stay productive.
The
in the
roads were
light.
meant to be lit, but the
Vigilant
path
in
was
the light.
overgrown. The lanterns dark, swarming, frothing, and reeking with rot. It happened so fast. By the time we realized the danger, the beasts were on us. The largest of them was huge, black as night. It is our duty to slay monsters and push back the darkness, but the thought of going back fills me with fear. I've lost my nerve, but you can make this right.
Stay alert.
Mavis and I broke away from the others and fled, their screams left in our wake. Foul muck smothered our lanterns, and we stumbled in the dark through knee-high waters. I heard a splash like she had tripped and fallen in, but I couldn't bring myself to look back. Only later did I find the tiny bite marks on my ankles. Be warned, there is something in the water. I took notice of fronds growing from the pools. Swarming insects feast on their sickly nectar. Destroy the plants, starve the beasts.
For the Empire.
So there's one type of pretentiousness that is only a problem when it's pretentious, if that makes any sense. Let me try to explain. You ever heard of someone who self-describes as a purist? I actually usually interact with this with regards to comic books, of all things. But I also see this a lot with regards to books. It's, you can't change anything from the book when you adapt it to a movie/game. And any change makes it terrible. Now, you see why I preface this, because there are several cases where something's adapted, and yeah, no, that sucked, because the adaptation sucked. But the crowd I'm talking about is the pretentious crowd, the ones who look at that and say that any change for any reason is a bad idea, which I just raise my eyebrows at. I have encountered a lot of those people because I like the Lord of the Rings films. And that should probably explain all that needs to about that. Now, my personal favorite example of that is actually Jurassic Park, the first one. Because a lot of people tend to forget that the Jurassic Park novel was adapted to Jurassic Park the film by the guy who wrote the book. So, you know, piss off. Also, the film's amazing. It's worth noting, I do like Jurassic Park the book, and they are very different works, but that's sort of the point, isn't it? Not that I want to get too much into this, but I've also seen this amongst Harry Potter fans who insist that the movie is absolutely ruined to the books, which I don't know what there is to ruin there to begin with, but you get the point. Yeah, Book Hammond is legitimately an evil man. He is turned into a well-meaning but foolhardy, I think is the word I want to use. Old, you know, kindly old grandpa in the movie. He is a monster in the book. Well, like, he just doesn't think ahead, right, Act? Everything will be fine. And he keeps... One of the things... I've noticed people don't notice this. Forgive me for talking about Jurassic Park for a second. One of the things that a lot of people tend to forget is the reason he keeps saying spared no expense is that he kept doing the exact opposite. It's a literal form of narrative irony. He actually spared expenses. Constantly. That's the problem. Like, they cut corners everywhere on that park, you know? It's a huge plot point. Like, anybody who's ever worked in network security, I want you to imagine that one guy can shut down your entire park's entire security system and also access to your computer network. Because he's the only computer programmer you have on task. Oh, by the way, you underpay him. And the phones. Anyways, sorry. Kidding off task. But yeah, those kind of purists, self-ascribed purists. Dickheads. When you stepped boldly into the mire, I felt a trickle of my courage return. I mustn't let you brave this darkness alone.
Greetings, outsider. When the star shifts, seek shelter.
In the dark, even the plants want us dead.
May the shadows pass you by.
Yeah, no kidding, Tom Ridd.
Always be prepared.
We are told to never walk in the darkness, to carry light wherever we go. The thought of returning this way fills me with dread. But your courage shines with splendor. At your side, my way is lit. No more hiding. The beast clad in black, Kit Chitin, the one that killed my friends, dies in that cave. I am with you.
Stay alert.
The beast makes its lair in that cave. I am with you. You just said that, but that's okay. Also, just as a general rule, I tend to just like hate boys and fanboys equally. As a fresh reminder of the distinction between those two. A fanboy is someone who likes something and will be a pest about the fact that you don't like it as much as they do. You know, they'll be a dick about it. A hate boy is someone who doesn't like something and will be a pest about it because you don't like it as much as they do. He wipes the sweat from his brow with shaky hands. Thank you for guiding me to make this right. Let's return to Danelle's kindness. A lot of bismuths down here. An unrelated reason. Why do my bones tingle? Oh, I see that all the time with Souls-likes. One of the biggest reasons I tend to be anti-Souls-like games is not because of my own personal preferences in the matter, but the community. I probably get it worse than some people because I've streamed those games, like almost all of those games at this point. So I've seen a lot of, you know, those people. God, that's beautiful. You see, with the light of the road extinguished, you were blind to the ambush. These monstrosities will not cease until Hallowfall is snuffed out.
The flame burns for all of us.
Wei Sam told me everything. A debt of gratitude is owed to you and the scouts who gave their life for Empire.
Beware the shadows.
Permission to speak, Captain. At ease, soldier. Speak freely. Better yet, get some rest. Thank you, Captain. I need to visit the veneration grounds, if you'll allow it. Granted. Take your time and return once you're ready. You are still needed here, after all. Aye, Cap. I try very hard, this is admittedly a more recent development, to try and ignore communities when it comes to games. When it comes to anything, really. Because how many times, like, I can think of so many things that I actually love, personally, that I would not have ever gotten into if I decided to go ahead and pay attention to the community. Undertale is probably one of the most classic examples of the modern age. Because everyone knows the Undertale community is not great. They also happen to be a community of Undertale. Which is a freaking good game. Yeah, FF14 is actually another example of this, quite honestly. So is WoW. Star Wars, Star Trek, the MCU. My Little Pony.
We are the warriors of the sacred flame.
Hello there. Me and Mags are generally in charge of clearing the sky in this area during a lamplighting route. We don't cull the moths in the air, they start spreading towards the sky docks and laying eggs in the machinery of our ships. Unfortunately, we're not as spry as we used to be. If you lend a helping hand, they're pretty frail, so they'll squish easily to any high-velocity flight. Or just smack them the old-fashioned way.
Take your leave. Obey the
No
testament.
matter how many moths we swat, if we don't take care of the eggs, it'll just continue being a problem. Here, take this firearm. Use it to torch some of the eggs from the top of the canopy.
The Empire.
Genuinely great community of a game. Damn fans, they ruined fandom. I mean, it's really true, Cardboard Golem. That's why that joke was so funny. In the 90s. Fresh reminder that Simpsons has had the finger on the pulse of society for decades. No, act. So, okay. Community that's pretty chill amongst gamedom. Right, I am not a demon hunter. What, isn't this how you get rid of moths? Open your mouth. You are correct, Fife. Which is why we're going to pretend it doesn't exist and move on with our lives instantly. The end. Honestly, Pokemon... Like, I've met a few weirdos in Pokemon, but yeah, Pokemon community generally tends to be pretty chill. That's not a bad pick. Most of the negative discourse I tend to hear from about Pokemon is from people who aren't Pokemon fans.
We have strayed from favor. We are all the Emperor's subjects.
Okay, so we're actually not going to do that quest. That's not really a quest. It's like, go get some mementos and then turn them in, and it's a nice little thing to go get little pieces and bits that people have lost here. Cool, but there's no real reason to actually do that, so we're just going to move on. Yeah, it's worth doing for the achievement. I'll have to finish doing that at some point for the achievement. Because I still need, like, one, I think. So here's the farmlands, which are currently under attack by hell.
For the Arathi to
Because,
survive,
you know, it's dark right now. It's one of the big areas that has an event when it's dark. There's even people doing it right now, which is interesting.
out with threats not even our key flames can dispel. Aid us, outsider. Be our beacon in the darkness.
Nice. Congrats, Pumpkinakes. You know what? Mass Effect fans tend to be kind of cool, too, I've noticed. And Dragon Age fans. Weirdly. Like, not super cool, but, like, you know, not awful. I suppose that's the level at which we're at here.
The Lashrooms choke the life out of crops and farmhands alike. Parasites to the Arathi in every sense.
So what's the event? And what's the actual quests around here? Okay, that's in a bonus objective, so I don't care about that. Oh god, where am I? Is there any... I'm actually not sure there's any real quests here right now. Let's go do these. Oh, by the way, you want to hear something funny? Hallowfall is already beating the Ringing Deeps. Already. Is anybody surprised by that?
In hardship, kindness. We're all down here together.
Are these just...
Find joy in the flame's light. Don't
Okay,
despair.
we're actually going to skip that,
The
too,
shadows
apparently.
sense it.
Yeah, we're not even done yet. Yeah, so I don't feel like doing these, so we're just gonna immediately move on. Let's go here.
Aj Kahet is at war with us on both battlefield and farm. Their saboteurs taint and corrupt our fields.
Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Yeah, no, exactly. Like this is a treadmill area. It's a mini treadmill zone. You do little micro events and micro quests in order to gain stuff, in order to throw in the flames, and that's also a source of a weekly. That's that thing right there, which gives the radiant cash. See? And there's like little bonus objectives like that and that. And they get crystals, and then there's dailies which you unlock for doing the stuff here, and you get the idea.
The shadow corrupts even our machines.
Like, it's cool from a gameplay perspective and from a treadmill perspective, but there's not much to cover from the perspective of a review, so we're just going to move on immediately. I love how high that ceiling is. Can't even see the roof of it. Oh, hey, it's daytime again. That is a lot of vegetables. I'm going to eat all of this. Nom, 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 nom. I find it's more enjoyable to do in a group, but I generally agree with you.
In hardship, kindness.
Hey, looking for a great meal? Willing to wade through the mud to get it? Go see Delina. She'll sort you out. Don't bother trying to convince her to leave all that hollow, though. Believe me, we've all tried. Why someone would leave the safety of the life for that? She seems to do all right, though.
If the shadows find you, call.
Is that it? No. Okay, I was going to say, I know there's another one. And there it is.
Step into the light.
Name's Agor. Try to keep tabs on lamplighters in the field and assess what areas of Hallowfall might be in need of their aid. The Dawn Tower fell dark at Bellum's claim a few weeks ago. Based on what's happened around Hallowfall, it's probably been the rise of tide of Kobus. Lamplighters Taenar and Emria are heading there, but this might be more than even two lamplighters together can handle. Will you meet them and help restore the light? You got it.
For the Empire.
Can't imagine what will keep Duke Velen away from his being able to keep his Dawn Tower lit. Whatever it must be, lamplighters probably need help. I'm sure it's a non-issue. Don't even worry about it. Isn't that a delve quest? Yeah. That is a delve quest, I think. Oh, How dare you try to trick me into doing delves? Hey, Eleazar. Okay, never mind. I remember this lady. Yeah, I was saying, the delve's like right up there.
Feel the warmth of the sacred flame.
Well, one of you lot, eh? Yeah, if you want to eat, you gotta help. Make a fresh taro, will you? What?
Belladar
I'm not
shine
here to...
on you.
Okay. I'm an earthen. I don't eat. Well, you tried. Is the text on that?
May Belladar stay in the light. Walk in the light.
Oh, well, you tried.
Keep an eye on the Dawn Towers.
Alright, I'll come with you. Show you how to do this properly. If I'm up, we might as well stock up on taro. Can't rely on adventurers to do delicate work, I suppose.
If the shadows find you, call.
I know, it's just funny to think about it. I don't eat. Hey, Rainworld is down to $10. Yeah, I was honestly curious if they would acknowledge that I'm an earthen for this run, but being real, I mostly just wanted to do this on my paladin. The race was kind of incidental. There's an interesting question. What primary character do we use for Midnight? Hell, what primary character do we use for Patch Within? I haven't even thought about that yet. Gently now. Grab as close to the root as you can and pull back slowly. There you go. I'll go harvest some more. I need to prep the greens. I do have Gailota for Midnight. Yeah. She's a warrior too, so, you know, tank. Or fury. Like, at this point, I don't really want to make any more characters. I already made a bunch just for this run. We do have Swift Shot. I think we all know Swift Shot's true calling is to be in The Last Titan. Hey! So, like, heard you Titan fellers are, like, causing issues. Could you stop that? Like, I'd appreciate it if you'd stop. Please? I'm pretty sure most viewers don't know most of my characters. They just remember the memorable ones. Like Swift Shot. I'm honestly astonished anyone remembers Gailota. Listen, I don't want to have to shoot you with this gun I'm on Thule, okay? Would you like not? You will be ordered. Buddy, I'm a walking, talking corpse with a gun. I'm about as orderly as it's getting. Yeah, I've noticed silver for Swift Shot, Zerviles, or not Zerviles, well, yeah, a little bit Zerviles, and Never Rip are the ones that people mention the most. Autumn Doomia. Yeah.
Outsiders are a welcome surprise.
Actually, no, you spelled it exactly correctly, Five. I don't believe you, Elizar. You're clearly lying to me. Why would you lie to me? Sorry. I mean, we're currently on Horde Runner. Pretty easy to remember a name, too. I almost regret it. Much better. This'll last for a while. If you want to eat, though, I'll need a little more help.
Keep an eye on the Dawn Towers.
Normally this would do. I'm not so picky, but you're a guest, so we'll need some garlic. Found some growing on a hill not far off. Shouldn't be there, but it is. Too bad Hydra's found it, too. You have weapons and such, right?
Beladar shine on you.
Sure. You know, Elizar, I bet you money that the button is there somewhere for you to click to actually show the fact that you subbed. I'm not blaming you for that, because I've noticed that Twitch is just getting worse and worse about stuff like that lately. And I don't know what to tell you to make it pop up other than refreshing the page, which is what usually works. Better not be grabbing just one bulb of garlic over there. Bring back a reasonable bowl of garlic. Did you see that? By the way, we had a quest to get one thing of garlic, and then she yelled at us, and now we have a quest to get 6 things of garlic. Lol. However, notice it's all in one spot. Once we clear the one spot, we're good. Oh yeah, it's true. If you're on mobile, that would cause issues too.
Don't despair. The shadows sense it.
Alright, now help me finish this. Okay.
We're all down here together.
What do you want me to do? Get to chopping. Cave? No one bothers me here. They're all afraid of the Fungarians. Or maybe they're afraid of me. Ah! Either way, camping here means I only have to interact with people on my terms. Unless you're an adventurer like yourself comes around, I suppose. Be alright. Original recipe? Ancient history. Used to work with this bloke, hardest working cook I ever met. We all resented him for it. It just looked bad. He taught it to me, this version of potatoes instead of taro. Or if he's still alive, would love to show him how much better my version is. the taro? What's native? Or at least, it was before I was here. As for the garlic, who knows? It shouldn't be here, that's for sure. Live down here long enough, though, you'll learn to save your energy for mysteries that hurt. No sense questioning the ones that fill your belly. Chop, chop, chop. Oops, sorry. Remember, you get to pick 3 things, Elizar. Okay, that's still 2 things, Elizar. Can a 3rd thing be picked? Is it possible? Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go do something to verify that you're actually a sub. No offense. So, Company of Heroes. 5 gold. And Pokemon Stadium. Now, give me a minute, please. Yes, it's me. Carrots. Eleazar, carrots are one of the perfect snack food. So while I'm looking up whether or not you're a real sub or not, Eleazar, it gives me a pop-up saying, hey, you should stream one of these games instead. Here's the suggestions in order. Top suggestion, Binding of Isaac. What? Second suggestion, Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Okay. Third suggestion, EVE Online? Fourth suggestion, Hero Siege. I don't even know what that is. And fifth suggestion, Summoner War. Mobile garbage. Okay. Sure. Pretty much. Absolutely not, Act. 100% turbo vetoed. EVE Online would be a terrible stream and is essentially impossible to review properly. An actual review, this is not a joke, an actual review of EVE Online would be like 3 hours long. Okay, there we go. Those are... There you are. I will literally review Lotra before EVE Online. Yeah, it looks like you actually subbed 2 days ago. At 5:57 and 19 seconds in the evening. I don't need your data. You don't need to tell me anything, Eleazar. Let me be clear about this, and I want to stress, I mean, no insult by any of this, but anything you tell me, I have to treat like a lie, because this is my job and my business, and I have to treat that seriously. So, if you can't hit a button that makes that show up in chat through Twitch's own system, then I have to go find actual archive data, like I just did. Like I said, it's right here. At 5:57 and 19 seconds, on the 20th, you subbed. I can prove that here because I'm looking at the actual factual data. I have to treat everything people tell me in chat as a lie. Exactly. Proof or it didn't happen. That's just business. Nothing personal. It's one of the reasons one of several reasons why I insist people hit that button.
May Baladar stay in the light.
Thanks, stranger. Nice to have some company to pass the time.
If the shadows find you, call.
Toss that on the ground. You can grab a bowl if you like.
We burn brightly together. Find joy in the flame's light.
Wow, $20, Mr. Red. Awesome. Here, have $20, Mr. Red. Done! In fact, I'll stream it tomorrow, Mr. Red. I will interrupt this stream. Okay. Let's see what's going on up north. I'm sure it's nothing. Bunch of weirdos. See, now here's the interesting question.
Are stretched thin.
You asked if there was any good communities. What's the worst gaming community you've been around?
In Hallowfall, fierce
For
predators.
the longest time, I would say the Sonic community, but I'm not sure that's so codified anymore. I have to think about that. League of Legends is still exactly as trashy and toxic as it ever has been. So, yeah, that is kind of the typical answer. But I kind of meant one that you've actually been a part of. Not one that you've dipped your toes into. I've not gone to the light the Velhams claimed Dontar before. I wonder if I'll meet Velham himself. That may not be the honor you think it is. What? Every Arathi knows Velen's leadership on the Day of Darkness. True, every Arathi knows the story.
There is always hope if we choose to look for it.
Pleased to meet you, Hordrunner. I'm Tyrannus. This is Ymira. The Dawn Tower at Villain's Claim went dark a while ago, and with all that's been happening, we're only just getting here to help. We did some scouting, and it seems the area's overrun with Cobus. I imagine villains hold up inside instead of fighting them off. Good thing for his people that we're here, and it's better still to have you helping.
We're all down here together.
Everything rises and falls on leadership. With a good leader, a unit can achieve almost anything. With a bad leader, chaos ensues, and a success moves out of reach. I've seen that firsthand. Without leaders, the Cobus siege will break like a wave, and everything else we do here will become easier. I've seen 3 Cobus who seem to be leading others. Let me mark the locations on your map.
Beladar shine on you.
Who's in charge, you or Terranar? Well, we're working together. No one's in charge. We cooperate and watch each other's backs. Terranar's been a lamplighter longer than me. I've learned a great deal working with him. Though I think he'd say he's learned a lot from me as well. We work together. Neither of us is over the other. How'd you become a lamplighter? Like everyone here, I came to Hallowfall with the Armada, seeking the source of the Emperor's vision. We were all sure of it was going to lead us to a glorious battle of Renalash, and instead, a lot of our ships crashed when we teleported underground, and the rest of us have been here ever since. Having no night was an adjustment, but when the crystal darkened for a few years, I turned been more afraid. I found my way to overcome that fear by helping others, and over time it became more and more clear my place was with the Lamplighters. Having a purpose helps keep the fear at bay.
For the Empire.
When we were scouting before you arrived, we saw a lot of cages set up around Velen's Claim. Typically, the Cobus use these holds to carry their victims until they're needed for ritual sacrifice. Those sacrifices lead to lots of other dark activities, not the least of which is eating the victims. Let's get ahead of all that. Take my torch. Destroy the cages. We don't want to see what happens to anyone. That to happen to anyone at Velen's Claim.
Always be prepared.
So, specifically video games is what I'm limiting myself to, because otherwise the answer is Star Wars. I am a pretty big Star Wars fan. I've been a part of the Star Wars community for forever, and Star Wars fans can be absolutely toxic as hell. I mean, there's a reason why the sequel trilogy was a banned topic for several years there on my show. And I tend to consider you all to be, like, some of the more, like, better aspects of the internet. And I still had to ban talking about it because it got so bad. We lifted the ban. Yeah, you know, it's the definition of polemic. Anything we can't talk about and have a reasonable discussion about. You saw that, right? Oh, man, yeah. Anyways. I still hesitate to talk about certain opinions I have about the sequel trilogy. Because it's still a little sore, you know? Like, the wound's closed, but there's still some soreness there. The Star Trek community, once again, is not a gaming community. I've never interacted with StarCraft fans to speak of, so I can't speak to them. Yeah, you mentioned Overwatch earlier, Papa Neeks. I can't really say I've ever really been part of that, so can't speak to that personally. You know, even though the Halo stream is still the third worst stream I've ever had, honestly, most of the people there were pretty chill. Once they settled down a little bit. That's my only time dipping into that, though. I honestly don't recommend watching it as Mirror. I say without hyperbole, it's one of the worst streams I've ever put out.
Delicious.
There is no deal with it, X. That's the deal. I'm not joking. There is no deal with it. Somewhat recently, I saw a YouTuber who decided to list all the reasons why FF14 was dying. All of those reasons were nonsense and stupid, of course, and that's sort of the point, isn't it? We use the term grifter a little bit casually, but let me be very clear. When I use the term grifter, I mean someone who's deliberately trying to stir up responses and feedback, usually of a negative variety, in order to try and make sure that you're watching them, that your eyeballs are on them, generating them ad revenue and pushing them up in the algorithm to also generate more ad revenue. Yeah, it's rage baiting. You know why people are upset about the recent Assassin's Creed game? They're not. They're rage baiting. Or they're racist. Take your pick. Duke Felon. Tanner, long time. What brings you to my part of Hallowfall? Your dawn tower is unlit. Amira and I came to investigate. It's an honor to meet you, Duke Felon. Tanner told me about his service with you. I've heard the stories as well. Of course, we can deal with the Cobus, but you're welcome to assist if you choose.
You carry your torch, you light the city.
After I was decorated for my leadership as captain of the Indomitable, I decided to retire from military life. I wanted to build something, to lead people into a calmer, safer life outside of Mereldar, under the light of Beladar. I found several like-minded families, and we founded Velen's Claim together several years back. We were really beginning to thrive before the Cobus attack. We've been waiting them out for weeks. They'll leave soon, I'm sure. Maybe even sooner with your help.
Stay productive in the light, vigilant in the night.
It'll work hard, Hunter. Without their cages, they won't be able to take prisoners. No prisoners, no rituals, and much better chance of saving people.
Stay alert.
Excellent. That'll put us on the Cobus on more even footing, at least in terms of leadership. Burn!
Keep an eye on the Dawn Towers.
Stay productive in
That's
the light.
almost more sad,
Vigilant in the
Savion.
night.
Regardless of what history Taenar and Velen have between them, we need to take care of the people at Velen's Claim. Lord Owner, will you please check in with the families here? Let them know we're here to help. See if they're worried or anything, and reassure them the Lamplighters will drive back the Cobus.
For the Empire.
Feel the warmth of the sacred flame.
We burn brightly together. Find joy in the flame's light. We are the holders of hope. Don't despair. The shadows sense it.
I mean, I will admit, I myself had to learn this lesson. The easiest bit of advice I will give anybody else, because it's what helped me, is to understand that when someone says something like that, they don't mean it. And thus, because they don't mean it, their opinion is not worth listening to.
Choose to look for it.
Walk in the light.
It's pretty much the exact same way I deal with bullies. How I dealt with bullies back in the day. Maximilian?
Grown-ups say be careful in the dark. When the star shifts, get to shelter.
Right. Maximilian's his son. He's not worried at all. He knows his dad's going to save him.
Sacred flame, guide your way, friend.
The Cobus aren't going to go away if you just wait long enough. Taenar, we don't have a choice. This is a farming community. We left our arms in Mereldar to live in peace. I'm the only one here with proper equipment for a battle. And yet you're holed up here instead of defending your people. Some things never change. Enough. Risking your life fighting the Cobus if you wish, but we will wait them out. Okay.
You carry your torch, you light the city.
We're here to help, but I've learned that in the past there are times when hope and reassurance can be the most urgent of need. We were talking with the residents. Tanar and I determined what our next steps are going to be.
May the shadows pass you by.
Seems Velen and his followers hoped they could live in peace here. They were so sure they could, they didn't even bring any weapons. This is a problem. With the Kobus attacking, the Kobus can actually solve it for us. They've brought plenty of spears for their siege on Velen's claim, and a spear will skewer a Kobus just as well as a human. We'll gather some spears.
Stay alert.
Feel the warmth of the sacred flame.
The problem I see, Horde Runner, is the Kobus. There are just so many of them. Everyone here was serving in the Empire's military when we arrived in Hallowfall. They may be rusty now, but they've all trained before, and they know how to be dangerous. We need to eliminate every disadvantage, including the Kobus numbers. So head out there and clean them up.
We're all down here together.
I mean, remember what Huthor said earlier? You know why people don't like Farron? Because she's a woman. The sooner we just accept that that's an ugly truth, that some people think that way, the sooner we can actually deal with it. Oh yeah, and she... Can you tell how much I pay attention to that? She also has darker skin tone. Even occur to me. It is also important to keep in mind that doing the opposite is also unacceptable. You do not automatically become immune to criticism because you happen to have ovaries. Believe it or not, reality doesn't sit at one extreme or the other. It's shocking. But I meant what I said. You have to just learn to accept that people like that aren't actually worth listening to. If someone walks up to you and says, you know, an insult, it doesn't actually matter what the insult is. I'm going to hate Deborah Wilson. Well, actually, I don't know much about her as a person. Great actress, though. Their opinion is irrelevant. I know I'm explaining this badly, but let me put it to you this way. Let's say, not really, Huthor. Let's say that Bragwin, who knows me pretty well, says, Lore, I'm worried about the quality of your show. I'm worried that you're slipping in your overall approach, in your quality. You're not doing what you used to be. And here's some specifics on why and where and such and such and such. So Bragwin reaches out to me on that, and Bragwin means what she's saying. Like, you get my point? Now, if I disagree with her, that's fine, but her opinion is worth listening to because she means it. Because her intent and goal is to convey an opinion on the matter, right? Now, let's say, I'm going to pick on Huthor. Huthor decides to say, Lord, you suck. Your show is trash. You should do this instead. Huthor doesn't care. That's not actually Huthor's opinion, not really. He is doing that because either he's just wants whatever thing that he wants, and that happens to be my sister in this case.
Yeah. I'm going to my parents with the girls. Do you want to send mom's presents?
Yes.
Just put them in a bag.
It's not wrapped.
It's okay. My stuff for them isn't wrapped either. We have gift bags.
That's so stupid.
Or we have gift bags.
So, will you convey a small story for me? It's very short, so it's easy to remember. Are you gonna have fun? Yeah. I'll be right back. Okay, so we have the story. What? Oh, right. We're going to see later. Okay. Actually, yeah, Lord Harriman, to be honest with you. I have heard from plenty of people who have given me constructive criticism about the rumination thing, and I have listened to them. Now, I did end up disagreeing. Oh, please, Brigham, that'd be awesome. I did end up disagreeing, but I still listened because they gave a real opinion. But when someone is just telling you something to insult you, they're not worth listening to. Because they don't really have that opinion, or if they do, they haven't thought about it, right? It's like someone saying, and I swear I'm not trying to stir things up, that we should just make tariffs in order to lower taxes. Their opinion is not worth listening to because they are clearly not cognizant of what they're actually saying. Or they're lying. Because anybody with a functioning brain that actually knows about that would know enough to be like, Sis says goodbye. Have a good trip. Okay. Would know it doesn't work that way. Would know that doesn't line up linearly, right? You get my point? So the reason I'm sorry, I swear I'm trying to get back on task here, but the reason I bring all this up is this is the fundamental reason why grifters don't deserve to be listened to at all. Is because they don't really have that opinion, right? Or like, I think it was Xavion said in chat, they are sufficiently self-deluded to think that they have an opinion which itself has no validity. Of the many, many sins you could put at Ubisoft, racism is just not one of them, right? And the DEI garbage thing is even stupider. Like, anybody who's ever studied the entire Assassin's Creed franchise can tell you, yeah, no, that's dumb. And always has been. Who was the main character of Assassin's Creed 4? I can't remember his name all of a sudden. Edward, I want to say, but I don't want to. I'm not sure about that. My favorite Assassin's Creed game. I can't think of the name of the guy. Kenway, thank you. It was Edward. Hey! Edward was specifically considered to be weird for not being racist in his era. That wasn't DEI. That wasn't woke. That wasn't trying to push an agenda. It was a character point and acknowledging the historical times. And yeah, Adewale actually got an entire DLC about freeing slave. Good DLC, by the way. I recommend it. Like, that's not... You see my point? I know this is non-helpful, Czar, but my point is, what really helps me is to sit back, think about what they're saying for a minute, and identify, is there any validity to what they're saying? And if the answer boils down to no, then just eject it and move on. Because the whole point, the central goal of those grifters, is to either get you to buy something, or to get you to pay attention to them. Remember, you are the product. Actually, yeah. Good point, Huthor. I didn't even think about that, but you're right. Now, if I tell you that I'm worried about the latest Assassin's Creed game because it's apparently even longer than Valhalla, which is insane, by the way, then I can tell you that game might be particularly bloated, and that might be a problem, and I'm kind of worried about that as far as the quality of the game, because holy crap. Yeah. Especially since Ubisoft has been pushing out worse and worse and worse games pretty steadily for the last decade. See? Opinion. I even admit within that opinion that I don't know much about Shadows or whatever it is itself, because I haven't played Shadows, obviously, so I don't know.
The flame burns for all of us.
I think it's called Shadows. The latest one.
Always be prepared.
If the shadows find you, call.
You know, I've hated the Cobus ever since they were dragging my fellow stalwarts into the night as dinner guests. Hopefully because the work you've done that won't happen to any of the citizens of Ellen's claim.
Walk in the light.
Greetings, outsider. When the star shifts, seek shelter.
The people of Ellen's Claim have been locked up inside, afraid of the dark for too long. There's plenty to fear out here. These are strong, capable people. They should be driving the Cobus away, not hiding behind their walls. Get these spears to the people of Ellen's Claim. They've learned to hide from their problems. We'll give them the means to take their lives back.
Beware the shadows.
Have some spears. I love the fact that we give them spears as a weapon.
May Beladar stay in
We've
the...
talked about this before. Spears are such a wonderfully universal weapon. And have a lot of historical connection
brightly together.
with
Feel the warmth of the sacred flame.
militia, I guess is the word.
We burn
Non-professional military.
Beware the
Not that,
shadows.
obviously, they don't have connection to professional military. There's plenty of professional military who make a good use of spears, too. But you get my point, right? Yeah, paramilitary forces, right? If I give Brigwin a spear right now, she could poke someone pretty well. I don't know how much training she's had. But the point is, it doesn't matter. But we better tell you, Max had gone before something bad happens. What? Maximilian is outside with the Cobus by himself? We need to rescue him.
We are the seekers of light.
I think now we'll see them acting very differently now that they're armed. Something about knowing you can take care of yourself, that you can handle your own problems, so you don't need someone to rescue you. Of course, we Lamplighters will always be there to help, but it's likely won't be needed next time.
Stay productive in the light, vigilant in the night.
Lord Order, my son is out there with the Cobus. He convinced the other kids they should sneak out and fight. Said they should be brave like my dad. When they met a Cobus, the others ran back here, and he ran towards the crashed ship to lead it away. I have not handled myself bravely. The story of the Indomitable says I was a hero. Those lies were my report. There's every time to step up, it's now, but I'm no match for the Cobus. Please come help me save my boy.
May the shadows pass you by.
Velen, I hope you find Max safe. If Max... I can never live with that. So, this is when you can ask... Actually, technically one step earlier. You can ask about the history between him and Velen. There's definitely history, but my history is in the public version that paints him as a hero. Velen was my captain back in service on the Indomitable. We were on patrol looking for any signs of encroaching threats. Nerubians, Fungarians, anything else that might come at us from the caverns we're still getting to know. We hadn't encountered the Cobus yet. Things went well enough until the crystal changed. This was the first time it had ever happened. After years of steady, unwavering light, we all froze. None of us had any idea what this meant. Velen was the first to move, after I'm not sure how long. He said we had to get back to Meraldar to protect the city from whatever was happening. Brave, I guess, but without Beladar's light, we hit an outcropping of rock we couldn't see. Broke it loose, in fact. It crashed into the water below, but not before tearing an envelope and putting a hole in our bow. It was the start of a wild ride down. Two things you shouldn't combine, falling and darkness. Not all of us lived through it, but our impact wasn't the end of the nightmare. You'd think that would be the worst, but Velen learned the wrong lesson from what happened. Instead of evacuating before acting, he chose not to act. We were in a broken ship, many of us injured, and when we should start finding a way to safety, he decided we should stay and wait for help. And for the very first time, the Cobus were coming ashore. We couldn't even see them in the darkness. Our first indication of trouble was the screams of a crewmite being carried away. The report that Velen made back in Meraldar was very different from what happened.
Don't despair. The shadows sense it.
A lot of things went wrong when the Indomitable crashed, but the most upsetting one is that when the order was finally given to make our way back to Meraldar, we couldn't honor our fallen comrades. It seems the Cobus reanimated our fallen stalwarts and now wander the Indomitable as a ghastly skeletal form. Take back their tinder boxes. If we can deliver those to the sacred flame, they'll be free after all these years.
Find joy in the flame's light.
By the way, this quest chain's awesome. I apologize because we've been talking about totally unrelated things here, but this is great. If you pay attention, the one guy, Taenar, actually hints that about the bad leadership thing very early on. Literally, the first quest he gives is how bad people are when they don't have leadership, which he then smoothly transitions into saying why they should take out the enemy leadership. When you turn in that quest, he says, now the enemy and us are on the same footing. And it's just a casual little comment on the side. He and the Duke then kind of bite each other verbally several times as we keep progressing through the quest chain, until finally Maximilian, the Duke's son, goes missing. The moment he does, what's the first thing Taenar says? Velen, I hope you find Max safe. Of course he does! Of course he says that, and of course he's got our back immediately. Also, Oh my god, look at my move speed. Ah! Also, little point of note. The light first went dark with the stabbing. When Sargeras stabbed the sword in, that was the first day of darkness. We've established that. The Cobus first showed up that day. Is that a coincidence? I'm not sure. It might not even be significant. It's entirely possible that they just deliberately don't come out because it's light, and that's it. That's the end of that. But I have to wonder in the back of my mind if there's anything more significant to those two connected events. But yes, War Within continues to exonerate itself by basically looking at fake drama moments and saying, nah, I'm good. Give me a second. I'll check, MPPY. They are humanoid. Probably not puppeting. We've already done all of them. The only delves we haven't done are the ones in Undermined, which we're not doing, and the ones in the 4th zone. So, I haven't seen the Radiant Echo of the origination of the Cobus. And unless it miraculously shows up tomorrow, I'm not going to. I kind of wish there was some way to track that, which one will show up tomorrow at the reset. I got Radiant Echoes on me. If it rotates...
You're weird looking.
Oh, here we go. Dad? I thought the airship would be safe, but it wasn't, so I hid here. I was scared.
The flame burns for all of us.
It's okay,
Stay
Max. We're here.
productive
Let's
in the
go.
light.
I'm sorry. I wanted to help fight the Cobus, but they were bigger than I thought, so I ran. Order. We'll meet you back at the claim. Thank you for getting me back to Maximilian. You're welcome. Get the hell out of here. Well, I've kind of been saving mine so I could show it off on camera. If the ringing deeps are up right now, which I guess I could check. Elemental Fury Primal Predators. Does it oh, it is. Yep, nope, there they are. It is the deeps right now. So hypothetically, we might actually be able to show it off tomorrow, if it rotates in order. Damn it, it doesn't have what I need. Oh, I can't buff that guy. I feel weird not being able to buff people. Yeah, the Cobus are kind of the Jarradin again, paying attention. Murlocs from the deep who are necromancers. That's it. Diplomatic immunity is an additional defense for a specific agent to not be prosecuted for certain types of actions that they may be ignorant of. Now, how that's applied depends on the city, the nation, the polity, the time, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't mean what Lethal Weapon 2 thinks it means, to put it very, very simply.
There is always hope if we choose to look for it.
The flame burns for us all. I wish I could have saved them that night, but I'm glad we were able to honor their memories. That's what we would all want if this happened to us.
Keep an eye on the Dawn Towers.
Beware the shadows.
I know it sounds trite, but I can never thank you enough for getting Max home safely. Through all this you've shown me I need to be out front, leading the way for my people. I've seen that there are outcomes worse than death. I can't undo the mistakes I've made in the past, but I can be certain not to repeat the pattern.
May the shadows pass you by.
Tanner, I know you've held a grudge against me for years. We don't have to get into it. No. I failed you and the crew. You covered it with lies. You can't make right what happened back then, and what's more, I failed my people when the Cobus attacked, staying back and waiting for them to leave. But Dad, that's not true. My cowardice endangered us all, even Maximilian. Sorry, Max, it is. I'm the last one to say you shouldn't be hard on yourself, but you showed up today. I had to, Tayanar. Things are going to be different going forward. Better to charge into the darkness than hide in denial. You and Hardrunner helped me see that.
We are the holders of hope.
The Cobus normally live deep underwater. When Belladar is at its brightest, they don't bother us. Other sources of bright light will usually keep them away, but will definitely weaken them. As lamplighters, we not only go to the dark to protect those in need, but we provide them the light that keeps them safe. Go set up the torches on the perimeter.
Belladar shine on you.
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what you're talking about specifically, Gum Gum. Like, I get that Dr. Doom is an officiate of state, but I have no idea what they've done with diplomatic community with that, so question mark. Yeah, no kidding, Huthor. I know it sounds trite, but thank you for helping save my child. You're welcome. No questions there. No. Sorry. I'm debating if I should get into the Cobus now or wait until we do that thing ostensibly tomorrow. Yeah, what Kira White Noise says is also true. I'll use Star Trek as an example. If Kirk, who usually acts as a plenipotentiary, does something that is a declaration of war, then for all intents and purposes, the United Federation of Planets is now at war with whoever Kirk just declared war with. Because he acts as an officiate of the state.
Outsiders are a welcome surprise. Don't despair. The shadows sense it.
May the light of Dantaro drive back the abyss. Light to keep us truthful and courageous. Light to keep us safe. And light to remember lost friends. The sacred flame burns for us all.
Belladar shift in your favor.
You saved my son, you broke the spine of the attack, and gave us what we need to fight. You helped me be the leader I pretended I was. Thank you. The Lamplighters will always have allies in Velen's claim.
For the Empire.
For the Empire. Yeah, that's... If some foreign ruler comes to Imperial land and is like, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and steal and rob and kill, and it's gonna be like, okay, you're under arrest because you just stole and robbed and killed. If your nation would like to protest that, we can work that out at the diplomatic table. But you're under arrest because you're a criminal. Damn it, I was getting rid of the damn thing. Not sure I've done this. Yeah, there's a few light oriented groups. It would be interesting to see their reaction to the Arathi. Yeah, I apparently do not have this. Literally a torch. Okay. Let's do these turn-ins now. We're almost to Mereldar proper, which we're going to have a couple quests when we get there. Mereldar, sorry.
Kobus infest the hungering pool.
Oh, yeah.
Attack our people. Cleanse the pool of their
Is she here? I can't remember where that starts. Let's go this way first.
In hardship, kindness.
This package contains several Valrin sweet rolls. God, this is bright. Look at those.
Keep an eye on the dawn
It's very kind of Brawl to send these. You can tell him I'm doing well, but first, do you think you'd help me with something?
If the shadows find
I need your help. My whole future's on the line. I came here to be an airship captain. I've put in a ton of work to excel here, but my notebook is missing with my final report. I'm top in my class. If I don't turn in soon, I won't be our next airship captain. Please help me find it. This quest.
Don't despair. The shadows sense it.
This is an interesting one. No, the only dungeon we've actually really done is the Meadery and the Rookery.
Step into the light.
What makes for an exceptional student? The best students know exactly what they can pull off. You have to push yourself, but when it comes to crashing into terrain or another ship, there can be no mistakes. That said, those that are simply safe, far from any obstacle, are the easiest to bring down.
Always be prepared.
Do you think Sophietta left her assignment out here? She's always cutting it too close. She's a great pilot, but I hope this doesn't crash her aspirations. My attention's been on flights through the canyon, but I saw Edwin come up here. Maybe he picked it up.
When the star shifts, seek shelter.
We might end up following dungeoning the other ones, but if I get more gear, we might try to actually do them in heroics. We'll see. Kind of playing it by ear. Oh my god. The doodads. The fish. Hope these people really like eating fish and mushrooms. Because I'd probably kill myself if that was it. Well, right now what I need most of all is a weapon. And that's actually it. Most everything else is up to date.
May Beladar stay in the light.
So I'll probably have to pay attention for a quest that gives one of those. So if Yetta's missing her notebook and you think Edwin took it? Makes no kind of sense. He was in here not long ago, dipped into some of my stew while my back was turned. I bet that was her notebook. He's a sharp one, but I want to hear from her instructions that Sophietta's always just ahead of him. He ran upstairs. Maybe we can catch him.
Walk in the light.
Well, if we're doing dungeons, I'm probably healing, which means I need a two-hander. I need a two-hander healing weapon. And that's the final reason our airships are such critical advantage over Nerubians.
In hardship, kindness.
Edwin, he was a hair bit ago. He turned in his assignment and he was off to talk to Instructor Morgan about something. He smelled of fresh stew. Not sure if he spilled something or his diligence for his studies keeps him from getting his laundry done. Hasn't in the past, though. This is new.
Keep an eye on the Dawn Towers.
No, I got one right here. See? Yeah. And this is a war within one. I would still probably give that to the Galactic Empire. I mean, come on. I don't even know how to check gear windows. There's my crests. I don't know which of those are which, but that's what I've got.
Sacred flame guide your way, friend.
Edwin? You just missed him. He and his friends hang out a lot under the main airship dock. I checked for him there. Let me know if you have any questions about airship engineering. I can... Never mind, I can tell you don't want to talk about engineering.
Beware the shadows.
What's it called, Kira White Noise?
Feel the warmth of the sacred flame.
Edwin took it, of course. He desperately wants to be selected as captain, but he knows I'm ahead in the rankings. There's only chances if I don't turn in my report. We have to get it back.
Find joy in the
I'm
flames.
so tired of Edwin. From the day we all arrived, he's been telling everyone he'll be selected as captain. He's a great flyer, very talented, and he knows his stuff, but his ego gets in the way of treating people as he should. And he knows my grades and flight review scores are higher. But if I can't turn in a report, he'll be the next captain.
Walk in the light.
Nope, nothing.
Outsiders are a welcome surprise.
Why'd you take the notebook? It's not personal. Sophia's a great student, but I'm the best candidate to be airship captain. No one will fly as well or keep their crew as safe. For some reason, she's managed to get ahead of me in the ratings, but I know I'm the only one who has what it takes to get into the class, so I'm doing what it takes to make sure I get the spot for the good of everyone. So why are you down here? We're studying. We have a big object tomorrow, and we're testing how wind affects objects in flight. So you're throwing crap? Literally crap. It's worth noting.
If the shadows find you...
So anyways, this is going to hurt like hell, I just want you to know. You can run at any time, whenever you want to. Fine, I yield. We're no match for you. But you never get every page. And then he throws it out over the board, like an asshole. Oh, that's way ahead of me. I'm nowhere on any of that.
There is always hope if we
He threw
choose
it into
to.
the valley and the wind took it?
We're all
I
down
can't believe he
here
threw my
together.
report into the wind. Can you please track down what papers you can find? This report's already late, but I have a really good insight on ship capabilities. When Headmaster Finch sees it, maybe he'll still allow me to turn it in?
Belladar, shine on you.
Sure. Yes, I'm going to destroy this man's entire career. What we call a pro gamer move. When you combine two memes into one. Is that Stu? Fortunately, the airship engineering insights are still mostly legible. Yeah, anyone that petty is just like, really, dude? If you want to win, sure. You think you're better for the job, whatever. But, like, when you're actively cornered and just being a prick for the sake of being a prick, like, that's just petty. I have 5... I could make a Spark of Fortunes. I have enough Valor Stones, and I've got 5 of the fragments. Yeah, just he's doing his test, and there's just this chunk of lava that hits him in the back of the head. Hey! Also, my brains are now melting. Or it's not literally lava. Oh, never mind. I guess it was. Nothing, really, Gum Gum. Any attempt to actually have a system in place to make people be good is pretty much doomed to failure from the word go. So the only real answer you could give to that is be careful about recruiting. And that's it. Yeah. So, as a curiosity, between these two candidates, let's say you're the headmaster. Which one would you select to be the new airship captain? Yeah, no kidding. If I need to be told what's right from wrong, then maybe there's something wrong with me. Just saying. Two sparks of fortune. I don't think I can do that. I can't. I would need 34 more Valor Stones. So let's see if I get that, of course.
Outsiders are a welcome surprise.
I really wish this looked better. I'm honestly ashamed to turn it in, if Headmaster Finch even lets me, but I have to try. The ideas are what matter, and they're still true. We're
all down here together.
Great work gathering these up. I found a few blowing around here. Let's get to the Finch. He's probably in the classroom. I hope he accepts it. He says he doesn't accept late work, but there's a lot of extenuating circumstances at play here. If it doesn't, I'll be reporting to Edwin as my captain. I'm not sure I could do that after what happened.
Shine on you.
Yeah, I don't think I would do that either. Making me report to the guy who just tried to torpedo my career? Yeah, I'm out. Peace. Headmaster, I'm so sorry for the delay, but I've got my final report for you. I'm sorry I can't accept this. The deadline was over an hour ago. I'm sure you have a reason, but if I start making exceptions on late work, how can I draw the line for other students? But another student took my report, and I'm sorry, but I have to follow the rules. Consistency is the only way to ensure things are fair.
May Baladar stay in the light.
We really have to keep trying. We literally can't let this jackass win. Why are we the ones who have to clean the skiff? Kircher Griston said I have to for dipping Sophieta's report in the stew. Right, you have to. And I say you have to help me, so let's get this done. And that's the kind of guy they want to promote to being captain. I feel like that speaks for itself.
There is always hope if we choose to look for it.
What is it? It must be important for you to come here outside of class. Actually, I'm not sorry. I know you want to be fair, but this situation is not right. Edwin took my report and kept me from turning in. Accepting my report would be a way to restore fairness. It's a strong accusation. Do you have any proof? Any witnesses? Actually, yeah. See, that does complicate things. Let me discuss this with your outsider friend. Let me see what he thinks. So we have an actual choice here. Yes, Gum Gum! No, of course not.
We are the holders of hope.
I'd really benefit with your perspective on this. On the one hand, rules are rules. To protect fairness, I do not bend or break. Yet Sophieta is one of the best students I've seen in years and will make a great captain. If I stop making exceptions, how can I be sure I'm doing the right thing? What do you think is the best outcome? So, it would be fair to accept her report. Once you start making exceptions, the system becomes unfair. Or, my personal favorite, you shouldn't accept late work, but Edwin should benefit. Which would you pick? Oh, excuse me. I know, Uthor. So let's go with the only option I'm absolutely not going to do, which is, you should never break the rules. Sophieta, we've discussed this. We've come to a decision. You've done so well. that if I accept your report, you'll be the next captain. Edwin is beside you, and Janaeus goes behind him. However, if I start bending the rules, picking who wins, that is unfair. As a result, Edwin is going to be captain. You and Janae will be his officers. So then we scroll down a little bit. Sophietta, and the follow-through on that is, Sophietta says, I'm not sure what to say. We did everything right, and I appreciate your help, but I guess even then you can lose. Headmaster Finch made the wrong choice making Edwin captain, but now the choice is made, I'll have to support him as one of his officers. I'll do my best and see what the future holds. We did all we could to get a different outcome. I need to accept the hand we've been dealt. Edwin then says, Here's the deal. I'm the best. No one is going to fight harder for the Empire or work harder for their crew than I will. I'm not sure how Sophietta got ahead of me in the scoring, but I know that's true. And I don't appreciate you meddling to try and put her back on top when I'm the one who needs to be at the wheel. But it all worked out, so no hard feelings, okay? Sophietta and Jenna will make great officers, and it all turned out for the best. And you talk to Jenna, and she says, Edwin's great at flying, and he's competent, too. Sometimes his ego gets in the way, and as his officers, we'll have to figure out how to best navigate that. But he'll do well as captain. We'll do what we can to help him succeed. So if you pick the third option, Jenna is in control. Jenna gets the slot. If you pick the first option, Sophietta gets the slot. I mean, I would too, MPPY, to be quite honest with you. I'm sorry, I'm not going to deal with that kind of nonsense. That is not someone who should be an officer. So yeah, I was just going to look up how Jenna handles it is... So you talk to Sophietta, and she says, This isn't fair. I should be captain, but it's preferable to Edwin getting the position through deceit and interference. Jenna's a good pilot, and she's smart. The ship and crew will be in good hands, and I'll be glad to assist her as an officer. Edwin's a better pilot, but I prefer this choice to Finch giving him the position. If you talk to Edwin, he says, Can I be frank? When I took her report, I knew based on our scores it was her or me. I was sure I would be captain if she couldn't turn in her assignment. And I did it because that's what the crew deserves. The best possible captain. Jenna isn't as good. And Sophietta wouldn't have been either. But Jenna is a really solid flyer and she knows her stuff. It's too bad we're going to have a second-rate captain. But she's still good. And with me at her side, Sophietta too, will be fine. Well, why are you so certain you should be captain? My older brother was a crewman on the Indomitable. He loved flying and he was great on it. But on the Day of Darkness, he wasn't lucky enough to make it home. Even with Duke Velen's skill and leadership, the situation was just too dire. I've studied the reports about that night, and I thought every day about how an airship captain can keep his crew safe in any situation. There's no one else who would bring the same level of obsessive preparation to the job or be as concerned for their crew. Sophietta and Jenna know the stakes, theoretically. I've felt them every day for years, based on a report we now know was a freaking lie. Talk to Jenna. She says, I didn't expect to end up as captain going into this. I love flying, and it's a bit safer than guarding the wall with no Cobus, but leadership wasn't my aim. That said, I'm honored to be chosen. I know I'm a good pilot, and I've learned what I need to. I think they'll be very capable officers as well. I'm excited to see what the future holds. So if you pick the first option, he gives the same backstory about how he totally knows how to be a captain, because he read the lie reports. The quest chain we literally did right before this, Traxxas. The quest right before this. He says, if I can't be pilot, Sophietta's really a fantastic pilot. She knows what our airships can do and what's asking too much of it. Even better than me. She'll be great at it. And Jenna will be there to help out. I think Headmaster Finch made the wrong choice, but it's still a good choice. Just not the best. If you have to talk to Jenna, she says, I don't mind. Sophietta's the best of us, honestly, and it'll be an honor to serve her as the officer. I'll learn things from her. Maybe even pick up some of her drive. It's honestly less stressful than if I were the captain, and Edwin can be difficult sometimes, so, you know. It is a nice tie-in. So, yeah, I'm going to pick the first option.
We're all down here together.
So I've actually already read all what the outcome there is. So, she's the captain. Yay! Woo! He's an officer, and he's weirdly okay with that. Jenna is not the captain, and she's grateful for that. Woo. So you're asking if we have the raft. No. Gum. Anything like that would be case by case anyways. Are we really wrapping up this fast? We kind of are, aren't we? Well, let's do the quest Huthor alluded to earlier, shall we? He actually teleported? Finally, a breakthrough! This is an interesting quest.
You carry your torch, you light the city.
Our people are dying. There's no question we need supplies and reinforcements desperately. If I don't open us a portal home, who will? If only I learned these before we left home. Sadly, I'm the only mage left of the Hallowfall expedition. Some conjurers of the Priory toy with the arcane, but none of them truly wield it. I was a mere apprentice when we set out over a decade ago. My masters were core to the mission. They were to set up portals back home whenever we arrived at our destination. That way we'd have a steady flow of supplies and reinforcements. Stroke of darkest luck that every single one of them died of the crash. And I never learned how to make a portal home while I had the chance.
When the stars...
Before I finish this, can I just say one last thing? I'm not going to ding this, but honestly, they could have contacted home. Well, not with magic. Remember, the Coreway being shut down is a relatively recent incident. In fact, it specifically happened during the Nerubian attack right before War Within started. Significance? It means that these people who had regular contact with the Earthen could have managed to get people up top. Now, it would have been a slow, laborious, arduous process, probably taken months, but they could have gotten people up top, gotten some lumber, gotten enough stuff together to build a ship, and gotten a ship out on the waves to try and get some word to anybody in order to try and find some contact with anybody. They know where they are. They're right here. I mean, Kalimdor's right there. I know, this isn't to scale, but, you know, it is still something that could have been done. Now, to immediately contradict myself, wouldn't it be interesting if they actually did that? If there was a quest that acknowledged that that's in the background, is, yeah, we sent out a caravan or an expedition, you know, a few years back, and we never heard back from them. And we never even know. Like, we don't even have to find out what happened to the attempt to go to the surface and then to send out a ship to try and get word, you know, yay old fashioned way. Yeah, like, maybe they landed in Silithus or something. I don't know. I mean, hell's bells. Remember, this initial thing crashed during the Cataclysm. There's plenty of unpleasant places they could have landed, like, say, down here in Oldham, right? Or, yeah, maybe they made it over to Silithus. Maybe they made their way to Pandaria because the mists were unveiled during the Cataclysm. And the nearest shores on Pandaria are the town-long steppes and the dread wastes. Now, of course, they couldn't possibly have planned that out in advance, but if they had, wouldn't that have been a hell of a callback? Hear me out. Wouldn't it have been cool? This is what I like about continuity. Imagine if on the town-long steppes, there's like this crash of a weird ship up here. Just on the shore, right? Just along the cliff edge. And as you go through it, you find out just a little bit of the story. You don't know who these people were. All you know is that this ship crash landed here. They were looking for scouts, information, and reinforcements. And the Yongle found it. The end. Years later, we get here, down to Hallowfall. And someone mentions, yeah, we sent an expedition out years ago. And the players paying attention are like, oh, dude. That back in town long. Because I know I'm not the only player who pays attention to stupid details like that. Anyways. Whoops. Right. Sorry. Didn't mean to re-trigger the event there.
We are the seekers of light.
Ahem. Why can't you make a portal?
Always be prepared.
Why can't you make a portal? Hello? Hello?
Sacred flame guide your way, friend.
There we go. Tell the truth, I've never been good at teleportation magic, but even if I were a genius, teleportation magic is complicated. Most often you have to be at the location in order to learn how to make a portal there. Sometimes a skilled enough master can teach how to create a portal to somewhere they know, even if you don't. I wasn't able to master the spell before we left the Empire. We didn't think any would matter, given how many other master mages came with us. Who could have expected all the others would be lost? Nobody else thinks it'll work. To be honest, I'm scared to get my hopes up myself, but if it does work, look at the possibilities, the reinforcements, the supplies. People can see their families again. I have a theory. Every living being holds within themselves a memory where they were born. Do we? If I could tap into that information, maybe I could combine that with more traditional teleportation and teleport home. I just haven't had the right hook into magic, and these crabs appeared. What's with the crabs? Strange, isn't it? What could be causing the sudden arcane energy? It only started recently. Something in the water? Something these crabs are sensitive to? But why now? Magic works in mysterious ways. Yeah, so something that happened now, if you have that pushed arcane magic into the crabs. So anyways, a magical city just crashed right about there. What? So that's what that quake was. A massive arcane-infused city crashed into the island above? Yes, if some magic residue got into the water and trickled down here, then that could be affecting the crabs. Fascinating. Now, let's see. If you're a mage... His theory is interesting. Ask how he plans to handle the stabilization of the spell's fourth quadrant without establishing a ley line connection. Well, I'm so glad you asked. That one I'd be stumped for a while. But you see, that's exactly what I need from these crabs. In a roundabout way, with but a scale conversion, I can transform the residual energy into a ley line connection. He continues for some time. You were somewhat dubious, but it sounds feasible. Yeah, by the way, arcane magic has seeped into here now because of the dollar and crash. I sure hope that wasn't part of the plan, too.
Stay alert.
Almost got it. I'm making a new kind of teleportation spell to get us back home to the Empire. These crabs might just be the key. They're practically radiating arcane teleportation magic. Okay.
Stay productive in the light.
If you're good to work, we can go home. We can get supplies. Tef can see his wife. Do you think my cat remembers me? No. Your cat has long since forgotten you. Your cat doesn't love you. Or anything. Or anyone, really. Yeah, it's been 20 years. Your cat is probably not alive. I really don't want to say it that way, but... here we are. Look, I don't want to be mean. I'm just saying, don't get your hopes up on that particular thing. I think we can figure out this whole magic-y thing. I think we got this. I think there's potential here. Good. You're not gonna see your cat again. Look, it's nothing against cats. I'm just saying that all cats go to the maw, and I'm just saying there's a reason for that. Or was it Revendra? I forget. Alright, point being. You cannot make it happen, Mr. Red. Your grind. Wait, that would be a good thing. Yeah, I think you can make it. It's gonna take you a few hours. Nobody else can handle the cats. No, Sylvanas just kind of has a slowly growing retinue of cats down in the mall. They're not mean, they're not unhelpful. Quite the contrary, they keep you company. Well, no, not a crazy cat lady, just a cat person. Don't bother, I think, your white nose. Or at the very least, hold off on that. Don't pull the trigger on it yet. Here's the last of old Gale's flowers. You sure this will work, Wenred? That's all she had left to home. Thanks, Tef. I know. I'm sorry. Tell her I'm sorry. I will make this work.
Step into the light. Always be prepared.
Have you found the crabs? They'll be near the water. That focus should let you see trails of arcane dust they leave behind.
Stay alert.
This is perfect.
When the star shifts, seek shelter.
This is it. The energy crackling from these crabs is charged with teleportation magic. I just need to extract it and adjust the formula. I can do this. I just need another hand. Help me test this.
May the shadows pass you by.
Sure. Every living being holds a deep memory of where it's born. I've worked for years to tap into that information. Now I can use the energy from the crabs as a catalyst for a combination of teleportation spells. We will test this theory on plants. I love the kind of light magenta of Arcane in this setting. I always have. It just looks cool. There, a portal. This should take us to the place the plant sprouted. I marked the location when I first gathered it, so we have to wait and see. It's safe. You're alive through there? Oh, I hope I didn't kill you. Give me a sign. Come on, it's safe, but hang on. It's not actually safe. Give me a second. Okay, come on through. Buddy? Winrin? There we go. Yes. This is where I plucked the flower we just tested on. It worked. It actually worked. We have to confirm. There's another plant here. Let's do it again. Ah! Bees! Bees! Give me a sign. Ah, bees! Maybe I shouldn't go through the portal. Agreed, as Miristar. He wipes tears from his eyes. I can't believe it. I've actually done it. I've actually done it. I can take my people home. I think Larky is still around home. That's my cat. Maybe back to the lab. Together we'll complete the true spell and get us all home to the Empire. Wait, sorry, does cat teleport instead of portal? Okay, so haha, right? How many of you have ever cast teleport instead of portal? One time, I was actually in voice chat with someone. Now, I have been in the habit since, I'd say about BC, maybe vanilla, to always watch a mage's cast bar. It is so automatic, I don't even think about it anymore, right? I happen to group with a mage, primarily, as one of my main co-op partners. So even as of War Within, I will watch that cast bar just to make sure they're casting the right thing. One time, they started casting teleport. Now, we were stranded in the middle of nowhere with no Hearthstone, so we actually needed that portal. And I'm in chat, no, stop, you're casting the wrong thing, stop, and then off they went. According to them, me saying that so rapid fire caused them to lock up and not be certain what to do. We were laughing about that for quite a while. Yeah, deer in headlights. And they're gone. So, I think, nice little fun, silly, humorous side story, right? It even ends on a joke. The good news is, now that they've got teleportation magic, they can kind of backtrack from there and try to figure out some way in order to get out of here. So anyways, he's dead. All of his notes are burnt to ash, and the place is trashed. I'll give you this one, game. I was not ready for that. At all. Like, literally, the step right before him is him accidentally casting teleport instead of portal. Wah, wah. And now he's dead. Yeah, he actually had a legitimate breakthrough in teleportation magics. Which makes sense. He's been spending 15 years studying this crap, right? Just studying this. The warm blood pools underneath the body. He hasn't been dead long. Yeah, we just left him. A knife handle sticks out near his abdomen. The hilt bears a symbol etched into the wood and painted in black and purple, a symbol reminiscent of the Order of Night. Books and papers have been piled together and burned. None of his research has survived. Various arcane tools have been smashed along with his research. You spot a glint within the pieces of the glass. The wand he gave you to track the arcane traces has been bent, not broken. The pieces fit together to form a simple but dark picture. The Order of Night did not want Wenren to create a portal back to the Empire. No doubt reinforcements and supplies would hinder their mission. So someone stabbed him, burned his research, and smashed his tools. But with this focus in hand, you could see a faint trail of residue. Yeah, no. What's really messed up is there's a disturbing logic to why the Order of Night would have done this. It's very small. Very pathetic, I would go so far as to say. They just want to make sure that no one else can cause issues with their grand and glorious mission of being evil cultist weirdos. Just like in real life, cults suck. So, remember this guy? He's the one who brought the flowers over.
Beladar shifts. It is inevitable.
What did you do to Wenren?
Don't give in to fear.
Tracked me, have you?
Claim your
You won't live to tell the tale. Do you have any idea who I am? No, of course you don't. Allow me to elucidate. Goodbye. Now, interesting little side detail. This could have easily spiraled out into us being accused of his murder. And we did just kill a member of the citizenry. What's our very next step? Talk to Steel Strike. And she knows we're legit. We've proven ourselves to her several times. So,
I would safeguard my people.
she believes us.
Caution is warranted.
Oh, Wenren, I'm such a fool. We should have had faith in you. We should have offered you protection worthy of your cause. The Order of Night's cruelty is beyond words. How many others hide in our midst? We must be more cautious. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry for this tragedy. I will see to it that Wenren's memory is honored. Yeah. Weirdly good quest out of absolutely nowhere. Yeah, the Order of Night have just flagged themselves as acceptable targets. I don't think they will enjoy that as much as they think they will. Now, I need to take like a 40-second AFK. Just gonna wash my face really quick. I'll be right back. Dear Order of Night, we killed Lei Shen by ourselves. I know that doesn't mean much to you, but it will.
I must ensure my people's survival. The darkness comes. We are prepared. We must prepare for Beladar to shift.
Which one are you talking about, Uthor? Or are you just crazy? Oh, well, yeah, we'll come back to that then. Almost there, almost there. You know the void that you venerate? Yeah, I've beaten you every time I've interacted with you. I have personally killed Cthulhu, Yogg-Saron, and N'Zoth. Do it alone.
May Beladar stay in the light.
Greetings. Name's Orin. We got a whole mess of jaw crawlers. Come up from underground attacking the crops. Something a paladin like you could really help out with. What if I was a warlock? Hunger's never far away in Hallowfall, so saving crops is my priority, but if you'd be willing to drive them off for me, I'll be able to focus on my long-term plan to feed the people more appropriately. Maybe by the shed. Bring any food that's not too chewed up.
Walk in the light.
Okay, I can do that. Finally, a chance to make some headway with Eliza. Wonder if Amira will be back soon. She's busy finding out that her hero is a loser, but trying to be a better person. I guess he's not a loser. It's like the opposite of a loser. An ex-loser in training? I can deal with that. I mean, well, it doesn't necessarily hold true. Being angry is a defense against the void, I'm just saying. Pissing people off is not the greatest way to deal with that. You ever wondered why so many void-aligned people, when Warcraft is written well, constantly talk about how you can't possibly win and how your situation is hopeless? I mean, this isn't the dark side. They're not killing your loved ones because they want you to give in to anger. Although... Who is Amira? I thought she'd be here by now. I love her dearly, but it's hard with a lamplighter to know if they'll be back, or if they'll be back.
We burn brightly together.
Good work. That looks edible. And when you're on the wall, worried about Nerubians killing you, I doubt anyone will mind. I was able to get a lot of Eliza's decision sprockets properly aligned while you were doing that, so thanks.
Find joy in the
Another problem that's a bit more personal. My girlfriend, Amira, she's a lamplighter. I thought she'd be back from her last mission by now. Could you make sure she's okay? Deliver this message? I'm worried to the point of distraction. I'd go myself, but if I can get Eliza working right, it would do so much to feed the people in Hallowfall. And give me more time to spend with her, too.
If the shadows find you, call.
Sure. I'll go get you some flowers from your girlfriend. Or your girlfriend, not from. We're not doing the from. That's on you. Orcs who give in to the anger. Well, there's a thing called fel. I mean, it makes sense. This is a very closed environment, closed community. Not really by design. Oh, you get to die. I'm not even gonna loot you. Ultimate insult. I mean, the best part is, you'd think the Order of the Night would want to return home, right? Get new recruits. Brethren, join us in the great convalescence. Mr. Red, you must give in to the void. Despair is the one true path. That was a weird lag burst. Did you, oh, we're still lagging. Am I lagging? Someone say Kefka. Ooh, look at that. We've had a buff that's at 0 seconds left for several seconds now. Well, that's a great sign. We'll just loot this thing here for several seconds. Okay. No, I have internet. That's good to know. And there they go. Well, let's try the obvious first. Nope. Okay. Cool. Well, we'll just kind of chill for a second. Thank you, Zar. As always. Give me one moment here. I will jot down... Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, Final Fantasy VII, and Persona 5R. And thank you for being part of the show, Zar. We're going to give it a few minutes here, rather than just trying to hammer it, trying to get back in immediately. Oh, geez, 5. Jot down some thoughts while we're here. Hello, Evo. Welcome to The Servers Just Went Down. You were so stylish the servers crashed. My goodness. Well, it's not the whole server. It appears to be the whole server group. Like, quite a few other people just got disconnected as well. Up. But slow. Which unfortunately sounds like a DDoS again. You children really not have anything else to do with your lives. You have limited time on this earth, and you've decided to waste it by doing this. I mean, this is what a DDoS looks like. The server's still there. It's just flooded with so many other requests, it's having trouble handling yours. I was trying to describe what a DDoS actually does to a server. Imagine for a moment that you've got, we'll limit it down to human perspective. You've got 5 conveyor belts, okay? You have to write down what happens in this conveyor belt, then this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. And then you go back to the first one. Now, your computer's obviously doing that extremely quickly, but it's a similar kind of concept. A lot of threads coming in. A DDoS tries so hard to absolutely flood the system with so many requests from so many angles that it effectively adds new conveyor belts. So you're dealing with, all of a sudden, thousands of conveyor belts. I will still eventually get back to your conveyor belt and what your game is doing. And then go back down the line, and then come back here and go back the line. It's not that linear. That's a huge oversimplification, but that's the best way I've ever come up with for explaining what a DDoS is doing. I still love the subtle symbolism of a troll and a human fighting alongside each other on this picture. The HVA be dead, yo. Kinda, yeah, Trihexia. But again, the important part is the extra conveyor belts. Speeding it up doesn't really change anything. No, it's a troll. Way down at the lower... I know you can't see my mouse cursor. So if you look at the far right part of the loading bar and then go straight up, you'll see his tusks. The troll's also right in front of a Tauren. And then immediately to their right, a little bit in front of them, is the human. I believe there's another human, and there's definitely an elf behind them as well. Oh, hey! You can't connect a voice server right now. Yeah, that tracks. Let's see how looting works. If it works. Ooh, okay. Not terrible. The loot servers are almost always hit first. I don't actually know why. That's been true since vanilla. I know it has something to do with the order of operations for the different servers, because I know we say the server, but actually the server is actually like 10 different servers, all of which are coordinating different aspects of the game alongside themselves. I'm sure some of you have perceived this in action. You know, the game plays fine, you can attack, you can kill, but you go to loot and it's like, huh! And you can't loot. And then you're stuck walking around like this in the loot animation. You can still fight. Because the thing that's governing the combat and the enemies and the mobs and the positioning, all that's still going correctly. But the Blackberry Ginger Ale, oh, that's even better. I'd like to take a moment to recognize and acknowledge the network engineers who are probably working late to solve whatever just happened. Those people don't get enough love. Speaking from experience.
Cobus infest the hungering pool.
Steel strike,
and attack our
please.
people.
We're still a little laggy. Whoa. Okay, we're still a lot of laggy. Okay, we're really laggy. There. Oh my god, it was like a 5-second delay. Okay, that was a 10-second delay. It's getting worse. So you see this? You're probably wondering, how can't I get here? It's because I'm still mounted. Look how fast I'm moving. You'll notice there's no objects loaded here. So, interesting little tidbit. The overwhelming majority of the world is loaded on your computer. Everything you're seeing here, all of this is local. So, like, a lot of the doodads, all the terrain data, and a decent amount of, like, the other extra data, like movement speed and velocities and lighting, all that fun stuff, that's all over here. Yeah, I actually should be able to show this off. There, see? Yeah, no, we're actually still flying. I can't use any abilities because we're locked in, like, lag hell, but we are still flying. Yeah, almost everything that's fixed is local. It's one of the ways in which this game is different from several other MMOs. One of several ways. What are you talking about, Uthor? This is completely normal. Oh, shoot. And there we go. It's super earthen. Latest post was from 5 minutes ago. They're looking into it. The real problem with DDoSs is they're actually really easy to launch and irritating to block. There's ways. We've actually gotten a lot better at dealing with DDoSs. Back in the day, you know what the solution was for being DDoS attacked? Live with it. Wait until they give up. Like, there wasn't really any viable tools for doing that. You could also go through and manually start banning IP calls, but that doesn't really work all that well. Nowadays, we have tools, which I am not going to even try to summarize, to try and deal with crap like that. Iron Dwarves would have been cool. I do like Iron Dwarves. Maybe someday they'll give us a skin for Earthen that's an Iron Dwarf. That'd be cool. Well, I think we all know the only thing we can do right now. Exactly, Huthor. Oh my god. Come on, I just want to capture the window. There we go. Damn right, none of this namby-pamby Disney stuff. Let's play what Warcraft is really about. Yeah, being evil. Let's do it.
Assign you to an outpost in the swamps of sorrow. Your task is simple enough that even the war chief feels that you are capable of it. Construct at least 6 farms so that we may keep our troops well fed and ready to do battle. Only a fool would leave his treasures unguarded, so you must also build a barracks for the defense of these farms.
Remember that we are the bad guys. So make sure to kill as many eels as possible.
Oh god. Oh god. No, that's actually not Sam. That's not Metzen. God, what's his name? There's only one voice actor for Warcraft 1. Yeah, I can't think of his name. He became such a prick. He started loving the smell of his own farts, and he just kind of faded into obscurity almost immediately. Which is funny when you think about it. What was his name? He voiced the peon and the peasant. Roper, that's him, Bill Roper. he threw a lot of weight into another game, which you may have heard of, called Hellgate London. You remember that? No, you don't. Don't lie to me. But, Hellgate London crashed and burned hard. I should probably mention, I played Hellgate London at launch. It was... Oh, it was bad. It deserved to burn the way it did, to be quite frank. It's a shame, because there was some potential there, but oh, it fell apart so hard. After that disaster, he jumped around a bit. He worked on Champions Online for a little bit. He actually moved over to STO before STO started fleecing its own people. And then, I want you to look at the games he's worked on since then. Avengers Initiative, which you've probably never heard of. Epic Mickey 2. And then Disney Infinity. And also Fantasia Music Evolved. But really, Disney Infinity is really kind of the end of his career. Now, if you don't know what Disney Infinity is, I'm kind of glad that you don't know what Disney Infinity is. But, yeah. That's his illustrious career. Yeah, it's Disney Skylanders. He got... I don't mean to be negative, but man, he got way too full of himself way too quick. And, started literally treating himself like he was a rock star. And that's not a good thing to do in general. You know one thing I like about Metzen? Dude's actually pretty humble. Actually, yeah, Huthor, check this out. So, you're probably wondering why the camera's so far zoomed out here, right? So, there's an option I didn't find out about in the remaster for some time. It's right here, UI scale, fixed. You can zoom out or in as per your preference. You can also use automatic, which pushes you up here. Classic, which doesn't change anything here. Use window aspect, render using non-square pixels. But when you do fixed... Boing, 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 boing. Sorry. When you do fixed, you can decide how much you want to zoom in or out. I like being zoomed out, but not like super far zoomed out. If it's too zoomed out, it looks like this. And this is a bit too much. So I kind of settled on the partial zoom out, which is the one I was looking at just a second ago. If it bothers you, I'll zoom in a little bit more. Oh, and we're using the classic graphics because, honestly, I think in this case, I think the classic graphics actually look better than the remaster graphics. Right there. Also, I think the exact opposite about Warcraft 2. I think Warcraft 2's remaster graphics look much better. Go figure. Anyways, where are my damn peons? Where are all my homies at? I think you're right, Huthor. In fact, there's plenty of examples of it where it's clearly worse than the original. Like, I don't mean that as a statement of subjective opinion. I mean, you could tell how they couldn't, either the AI or the person couldn't tell what they were looking at and did it wrong. To put it bluntly. Like, look at this, right? Even this is just the basic units. Like, I don't know how much you can tell on the actual town hall here. The paint on top of it is dipping out over it by about a pixel on each of the edges. In other words, like, imagine if I painted something and it was just a little bit too big for the building, and I then pasted that transparency on top of it. Yeah, also the holes on the top of the farm are literally the wrong perspective. Both of them are, in fact, different perspectives from each other. By contrast, there, they are correct, because of course they are. This was manually designed pixel work. So yeah, we're going to stick with this whenever we stream Warcraft 1, because I don't hate my eyes. Anyways, this game sucks, so So, anyway. Are these servers back up yet? We are currently experiencing a DDoS attack, which results in high latency and disconnection. We're actively working to mitigate these issues. Well, I'm glad that's there. No, I am. Legit. Oh, I can't wait to review Warcraft 1 and cheat my balls off. There's going to be a lot of ball cheat. No balls will be left when we're done, sir. And or madam.
The Horde is preparing to launch an assault against the mainland of Lordaeron. Orgrim Doomhammer, war chief of the Orcish Hordes and ruler of the Blackrock clan, has ordered you to establish a small outpost on Lordaeron's southern shores. To secure the Zuldair region as Doomhammer demands, you will need to construct a barracks and several farms to feed your troops. Your success may help us determine the extent of the pathetic human defenses and what resistance they can offer against our forces.
So to showcase that difference again, let me zoom in. Again, same concept with the zoom. So here's the original. Every time I alt-tab, it mutes. Not what? What? Okay, what the hell? I still don't have access to that. Anyways, whatever. So, I'm just going to stay alt-tab so I can look at chat. So, yeah, as you can see, here's the original graphics. I'm looking for the options menu, which is suddenly gone. I can do this, but I can't actually pull up the options. Like, I know there's options, but this is not all the options for some strange reason. I'm very confused by where my frickin' options went. Oh, there they are. Why are they... Found them. Found them. Oh, well. It just mutes whenever I tab out. Anyways, so, original graphics, and they do look good. There's a reason why Warcraft still looks like this to this day. Like, this is literally establishing the Blizzard style. How many of you noticed that the snow is melting on the town hall, by the way? I know it's hard to see, but it's there. Anyways, I bring that up because that is the new version of the graphics. Now, they're still not what I would call perfect, but God, someone actually spent some time on these as opposed to the originals, the Warcraft 1 upscaled graphics, which just look terrible. Here it looks like someone actually went over it with like a pen or whatever and tried to actually make something out of it. It's still not perfect. I'm not trying to oversell it. But, you know, oh God, that irritates the hell out of me. I hate games that mute when I alt-tab. Is there a way to, like... Here, window. Okay. Oh, nope, that doesn't fix it.
We're being attacked! Ready to work! Swobu, Dabu! Dabu! Sunsun, Dabu, Swobu!
It's better than Reforged, that's true. I cannot argue that. I'm gonna do something else for streaming this. Because I can't constantly be alt-tabbing like this. Like that's not gonna work. I still have a lot of the prices of things memorized in this game. I didn't play this game that much.
Ready to work. Dabu.
Hey, can someone Google if there's a way to make this not mute when I alt-tab? Or maybe just like a better windowed moment, or windowed option. Like I'm technically in windowed mode right now. It sure doesn't feel like it. Oh, absolutely. Because, especially since I need to alt-tab constantly. Especially when I'm streaming. So, you get to live with this. I don't know about you, that's a little irritating. I can't even see if you're responding. I cannot see chat right now. There's no chat to be seen.
Work complete. Slow. Lord Dabu.
I mean, that's the terrible option, yes, but and I have done that before. Where I just sit there with chat up on my phone. And the other option is to just not look at chat very often, which obviously is not something I'm super fond of doing, but it is something I've done. Oh, we won. Yay.
Our spies report that a band of
It even mutes this. Look at this. And done. Yes, this is BFA right here. Dabu. Velveting the steak? Oh, how did that turn out, Braven?
In preparation.
I should mention, I've not only replayed these early missions a lot, I've actually done speedrunning runs in this. I ended up not doing a speedrun of all of Warcraft 2 because later Warcraft 2 missions are garbage. But I still remember a lot of the strategies for the early stuff. But I should probably stop boring you. Nobody likes this crap. Let's see if anything's going right now. There's the warning about the DDoS is still there. Let's update their Twitter. So we were talking about how some people just aren't worth listening to earlier. One of the comments in response to the official post about the DDoS is, what's the point of weekly maintenance if the same thing always happens? We're paying for a service. This isn't free. That is such a wonderfully ignorant sentence. I'm kind of, like, mind-blogged by that. Like, wow. You have no idea about how anything works, do you? It's okay. Thanks to recent events, I can now say that those people are pro-tariff people. And I'll just use that as an example from now on of someone who has no idea how things work.
Sacred Flame
These
guide.
are from Orin. I think they go well together, even though they're so different. It's hard to be in love with someone when your calling pulls you in different directions.
May the shadows pass you by.
It's really sweet of him. I'll be here for a while dealing with the Cobus, but I should send something back, so he knows I'm safe.
Stay alert.
Can't wait to see him. I told Orin I'd be back by now, but Velen's claim has larger problems than I expected. The people here need my help against the Cobus. I've always been better with a sword than a pen. Strong feelings and being apart make it harder. I'm more at home protecting the vulnerable than being vulnerable. Maybe I could tell you what I want to write and you can get across to me?
In the light, vigilant in the night.
You got it. I got your back. Okay. Let's help this woman write a love letter. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. So, here's our options. Thanks for checking on me, sweetie. I'm alright, just dealing with some nasty Cobus. Hey, Orin. I'm okay, just dealing with some Cobus. Nice of you to send Horde Runner to check on me, but you know I'm okay. A few Cobus won't be a problem. I hope you're not worried, Orin. I'd planned to be back at the farm already. There are a lot of Cobus at Velen's claim. We'll do the last one. I'm disappointed to see Velen hasn't dealt with them. Not surprising, though. Let's thank him for those flowers. Alright, I love the flowers you sent. It's great to have a reminder that you're thinking of me. Thanks for the nice flowers. I was surprised to see you only sent 12 flowers. I'm kidding, they're lovely. You shouldn't have troubled yourself to send flowers. It was very sweet, though. I'm going to go with the first option. It's going to be a while before I see him again. How should I tell him? Let's see. I miss you, and I'm afraid I'm going to keep missing you for a while as I make Velen's claim safe for people. My work at Velen's claim will take me a while. As thrilling as it is to hang around the farm, I'm afraid I'm going to have to be here fighting the Cobus for a while. I'm afraid that the deflector shield will be quite operational when your friends arrive. Okay, so of these, I think I'm going to go with the first option. I miss you, and I'm trying to make this place safe. I want to know that I believe in his machine, his work, to feed our people with that machine. Please, don't get any ideas about replacing me with that robot. But you're doing great work on it. And please be careful with your work on Eliza. It seems like it could backfire. But I know you'll figure it out. Or, you'll get it working eventually. Or, the work you're doing on Eliza is brilliant. Soon you'll have her caring for the fields, and we'll have more time together. The deflector shields of Kennec's cow are no longer operational. Sorry. Okay, I am truly grateful for all the good you do bring to my life. I like you, and I look forward to seeing you. I like the simplicity of that. I like you, and I look forward to seeing you. I want you to know I love you every bit as much as I hate the Cobus. I don't know, that's a lot. If you love me as much as I do you, we have a bright future together. Jesus, that's just toxic. Okay, I'm gonna do it with the simple one. I like you, and look forward to seeing you. Signed, yours, Amira. Amira. Your biggest fan. Amira. Or, love you, Amira. I'm gonna be simple. Ooh.
When the star shifts, seek shelter.
Amira, Oren's nice, but he's a little strange. What do you see in him? A lot of things. He has a big vision of how to help the people of Hallowfall. I admire that. He's really persistent, even when things don't come easily. He's been working on Eliza for years. Not everyone can deal with a lamplighter who's always taking risks to help others, but he supports it. And he will make sure that the deflector shields... Whap! Sorry. I will now discontinue discussions about deflector shields. Man, this game looks so much worse than Warcraft 2. Look at this. Look at this garbage. Ugh. Why can't they get back to making good games like they used to? In the 90s. I'm sorry. Or 80s. When was Warcraft 1? It was early 90s, I'm pretty sure.
We burn brightly together.
I'm really glad to hear she's okay, but I have a huge problem now.
Keep an eye on the Dawn Towers.
I shouldn't have let Eliza simply gather as much food as she could. She was working, but then a wagon came by, full of food from Relder, and she started chasing it. And she wouldn't let me access her decision sprockets or tensor springs. I kept trying, but she wouldn't stop. Eventually she outran me. I need you to stop her before someone gets killed.
If the shadows find you,
do what must be done. Let not a single Eliza survive. But if it's possible to not completely destroy her, I would be grateful. Come here, Eliza. Threat to crop yields detected. Eradicating. Okay. Don't infect me with tetanus. Damage sustained exceeds design parameters. Returning for diagnostic tests. They never will, Mr. Red. Okay, I shouldn't joke about that. I have unironically heard people say that the older RPGs are better because they are more roleplay-y. Thanks for stopping Eliza. I'm not sure if I'll ever get to work right.
Outsiders are a welcome surprise.
I got a letter for you.
Find joy in the flames.
Thanks for bringing this. It's great to hear from her.
Feel the warmth of the sacred.
She said I'm brilliant? Things like that keep my own lamp lit, if you'll pardon the pun. Amira says she's looking forward to seeing me. I wish it were sooner, but I'll wait. Eliza didn't work like I expected, but Amira believes I'll get it right. I'm going to keep trying. And when I do, lack of food won't be a threat to the Arathi, and lack of time won't keep me from her.
Don't despair. The shadows...
Thanks. My head was in a pretty bad place, but I'm ready to get back to work. Thank you. I'll throw your reward on the ground. I'll be at the shed with what's left of Eliza. Despite that huge setback, I really am getting close. Okay. What does that even mean? Yeah. So, town. I would like to get this town done today. Thanks for that, DDoSers. So let's get this off the map, just really quick. So,
Lord Admiral's favor, friend.
Yeah, Kultiran, I get it. Actually, I have, Evo. Or Mage. What was the name? Phaethon? Something like that? Brutally murdered by a jealous paladin who could not withstand the fact that the mage did better DPS than he did.
What can I do for you? Keep the wind in your sails.
Death to all mages. I was doing a really good Palpatine last night. I can't seem to replicate it right now. I apologize. My niece was playing Timberborn. The name for a second. Pillars says, no, if you figure out the answer to that, you let me know. But I'll explain it to you how they explain it to me. It's very, very simple. You see, if I play Final Fantasy VI, that's not a role-playing game because it's not as role-play-y as something like, say, Ultima 1, which is a better game in every way because it allows me to be more role-play-y. Hello, Eliza Bowblaze.
Are you?
You look really strong. Would you be able to help me? My parents were killed by the mean Cobus. When I came here, I left my favorite, most loved teddy behind. Could you go get it for me?
One day I'll be a lamplighter.
Of course. I will consume the... I keep slipping into Palpatine. Bingo. Pills just now. Yeah, this kid is a little bit concerning. I was actually looking for her earlier, and technically we've already seen her. We actually did a delve. Shut up! We actually did a delve she was in. If you'll remember. Okay, Eliza, they'll go soon. You got what you needed from them. Just wait them out. Lady?
You're weird looking.
Drat, how'd you find me? Never mind, doesn't matter. I got what I needed from you. You can go now. I have to do this next bit on my own. How did you get here so fast? I stowed away on your mount, obviously. I have places to be, Cobus to kill. I can't be cooped up in an orphanage. What do you want to do here? You're not going to be like those other adults, are you? Ew, Eliza, you can't go kill the Cobus. They're dangerous. These Cobus killed my parents and stole their things. I'm going back for vengeance, and I'm going to kill them right back. But I should take you to the orphanage. You won't catch me. I'm fast. And then what? Are you going to tell my parents? Good luck. They're dead. Okay. Well, what are you doing next?
I can hide in the dark. Are you from above?
I'll make the Cobus regret ever setting foot in these lands.
Always have a shadow, buddy.
Fine, fine. I guess I don't mind if you come and help. You actually do look big and strong.
Only play.
This is funny because I've only done this quest on 2 people. An earthen and a blood elf. Short and skinny. Finally, an adult that'll help me achieve vengeance. Let's salt the bones of the Cobus. Let's burn their world to ash.
Don't wander off into
The Cobus are a bit larger than I expected, and I might, you understand, have more trouble with them than I originally anticipated. Kill any stupid fish faces you see.
When the star shifts, get to shelter.
When the Cobus killed my parents, they stole some of their most cherished things. Not me, obviously, cherished items. While we are murdering Cobus, let's find them.
Know what to do during curfew.
Fine, maybe we can help with the killing of the Cobus. Yes. Okay, kid, but no more stowing away on flight form, okay? That's kind of weird. And also, my dragon is a giant fire dragon. Made of flame. My mom got this helmet from me grandpa. She said it would always protect her. Maybe if she was wearing it, she would still be alive. No, I saw. She's wearing the helmet now, by the way, in case you missed that. It's a little big for her. More. Kill more. Ah, these would be Mom's boots. They weren't anything special, though. You can hold them. It's not like I can throw a shoe at the Cobus. You just have the quest really smartly sends you up this spiral. So in other words, even though you have access to flight, and they know you do, they still balance it around the fact that you can do this on foot. Listen, everyone knows I drink coffee when I watch the Mr. I can't remember the whole joke. Ah, it's been too long. Mr. Radar, thank you. Of course we do, sir.
Delicious.
That game is ridiculous. What have these filthy fish faces done to my dad's sword, which she is now wielding, like a two-hander? He always kept it sharpened. This is a disgrace. Hold on. Oh, you might need to carry this one. It's a bit big. Resplendent shield. Be careful with it. It saved me dad from lots of Nerubians.
Grown-ups say, be careful in the dark.
You killed a lot of them. I wouldn't mind if you killed more. Just saying.
One day I'll be a lamplighter.
Stupid
Know
Cobus.
what to do during curfew.
Well done. Far more useful than the other adults who told me not to do this. But Eliza, the Cobos are dangerous. You'll die. Stupid adult, thinking they know best. You ready to kill the big one? I'm ready to kill the big one.
Only play when it's day, because at night, monsters fight.
Oh, it's time. Kill their leader, salt his bones, take his head, and laugh as his tribe crumbles. Sharpscale's last moments are on him. He doesn't even realize it yet. Stupid fish face.
Always have a shadow buddy.
A shadow buddy? Oh my god, they have shadow buddies. Keep firing, assholes! What's really sad is this could be played for laughs, but it kind of isn't. Everything about her dialogue makes it clear she's not handling the loss of her parents pretty well. And I don't blame her. She lost her parents. Yeah, no, this is disturbing. As it probably should be.
Beyond the reach of Beladar's light, they will fill the pool in time. For now, their threat is gone.
Kid? There. Oh, hey, void time. Time for this, I suppose. So we ripped off his head. Dripping with blood and water, you can smell the fetid stench from this even in your bag. That's what you get from my parents. That's what you get for taking everything from me. Well done, Horde Runner. Very effective killing.
Have you seen any spooky stuff?
His skull would make a good cup, I think. Maybe a mantle ornament.
I can hide in the dark.
Oh, this head is quite a bit more icky than I was expected. You can keep that. You're much more useful than I thought you would have been, Horde Runner.
Don't wander off into the dark.
Well, parents avenged, fish killed, more fish killed, biggest fish killed. Pretty good day. I guess I should go burn stuff.
When the star shifts, get to shelter.
Take me to my parents' home. We have things to burn. Okay. I got some stuff from the house to burn in memory of my parents. Normally we'd burn all the effects of the dead, but, well, they're all I have. Stupid fish people. They took everything from me! And then she cries. For the first time in the whole quest, she cries. Anyway, you can take me back to the orphanage now. There's nothing left for me here.
I like it when the star shines.
Thanks, Roadrunner. Make sure to put in a good word with General Steelstrike for you. I know her well. Well, I met her once. Well, I saw her in the street. But I did think about talking to her, so it's the same thing, really.
One day I'll be a lamplighter.
Eliza, by the flame, we had people out looking for you. Well, I'm back now. Parents avenged, as I said I would. I'm going to bed. Thank you. I'm sorry about Eliza. Her loss was quite recent, and she is quite intense. So, mostly because of my nieces, I have a lot of experience with kids. By the way, I love how there's actually 2 sentries at the orphanage specifically at nighttime. Nice touch. This is actually pretty well written. Kids, one of the biggest things that most writers don't understand with kids is they're not stupid. Like, most writers just write them as adults or who are smaller, or adults who are stupid. Kids are neither. They're just not fully developed. Think about a gradient of all the shades of red for a second. The depth of that gradient is something that you have to learn. It's part of real-life droid effect, is that we learn how to express ourselves, how to think, how to feel. That depth happens over time through experience and through development. For a kid, there's just red. 1 shade or 2 shades or 3 shades of red. And so to kids, things tend to be a lot more simple. They still have a lot of the same emotions and mindsets that we do, but everything's still relatively simple. Ironically, part of the reason she's probably dealing with the loss of her parents so well is she can't understand how bad that is. She understands that it's bad, but she doesn't process how horrific that is. So she deals with it in pretty much the only way she knows how to. I'm going to go deal with this. And she focuses on it until she's done it, thanks to us. And then once we've done it, she does the ritual of burning their effects, cries, or allows herself to cry, and then comes back. And it's like, well, I did what I came to do. Yeah, the sinkhole delve we did yesterday, which I can talk about now because I was kind of straight and quiet about it. She gave us a scuba suit and spear guns and said, go murder Cobus. And yeah, she goes right to bed because, of course she does. She's probably pretty tired. Like, I know that all sounds strange, but that's exactly how a kid probably would actually react in this situation. Oh, you see what I mean? A lot of the citizenry is in here now that it's nighttime. So, yeah, that's weirdly well written. Fiction, most writers in my experience, even good writers, don't know how to write kids. In fact, I'm not sure if I can. I've never tried. I have deliberately never tried. Some of you may remember in RFF3, I specifically, one of the several reasons, I specifically raised the age range of the party, was so I would not have to write children.
We must prepare for Belladar to shift.
So I think we have, I want to say 6 quests left. Let's see if we can knock these out.
Always be prepared.
This is a good one. I hear you've come from the surface. Did you meet the Earthen? We used to trade with them, but after the Day of Darkness, that would be Legion, I remind you, which is, like, nine years ago now. After the Day of Darkness, we struggled to send envoys. Those we sent never made it back. Honestly, we thought they'd perished. I'm going to try reaching out again. I'd like for you to write a letter of recommendation in case we did something to offend them.
The darkness comes.
Lucky for you, I am actually tight with the Earthen. And I don't mean that as a joke. I mean, like, that's true for the PC in general.
For the Empire.
Oh, hey.
The darkness comes. We are prepared. For the Empire. Always be prepared.
Oh, that's just the quest to go to the area. Okay, so that's actually it. So let's start this. Never mind, we got like 2. So, I have to start a letter to Merrick's. To Steel Vein! Should I? Just cut right to it. Just make this very clear. Sorry, the other options are Council Ward, Gemmiest Earthen Ever, or my other best bud. To Steel Vein. A people beset on all sides by monsters of the dark. A bunch of underground weirdos, but aren't we all? My other best buds. Really nice people. I'm not just saying that because they're all staring at me while I write this. Hi, Sean. I'm going to be quite clear about this. A people beset on all sides by monsters in the dark. They want to reopen trade with your people. They want to give you shinies to get your shinies. They got some crazy stuff down here. You'll want it. Seriously. Airships. Or, come on, Steel Vein. I know you already want their stuff. You can finally do it above board. Okay, the fourth option's usually the joke. It's kind of legit. Right? Like, he really has been trading clandestinely off the books. So, is this option? I don't remember that option being there. Because I did this quest before I unlocked my Earthen. Remember, we did the Earthen unlock on camera. Screw it. I'm going to do the Steel Vein option. Let's see. Sincerely, Horde Runner, Adventurer Extraordinaire, Horde Runner, your best bud, or my personal favorite, Horde Runner, Savior of Azeroth. So many times. I'm not going to pick that one. That's just bragging at that point. I know it's true. I know it's true, but humble. I have, after all, only saved Azeroth like twice, maybe 3. It's okay, 87 times. I've only saved Azeroth 87 times. Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
We are the holders of hope. Sacred flame guide your way, friend.
I hope this goes well. We really need additional resources.
The darkness comes. We are prepared. Always be prepared.
We haven't been able to gather resources in this area due to hornets moving in. We just haven't been able to spare the resources from the wall. If you can, we'd all appreciate it.
For the Empire.
That's true, Huthor. That's true. We're just the camp. Yeah, I've been to space. That was in BFA, if you remember.
The darkness comes.
No, I don't mean we went to space in BFA. I mean, the option to say we've been to space was in BFA. We didn't see it because we were playing a new character. There's a plant fiber that grows in Rumshackle on the fangs that makes for an excellent rope. Because of the hornets, we haven't been able to collect it. Could you get some?
Always be prepared.
I'll gather a selection of our major trade goods before we head out for the meetup, but I could use some help gathering some additional items. We've been struggling collecting our bat meat. Bat meat.
For the Empire.
Let me tell you about this thing called COVID. Listen, I'm just saying, because I've been to space! I've been to space! Why won't anyone listen to me? There's no other continent! Ah! Ow! I pinched my finger doing that. Oh, we have a deserter.
Always
Derelict.
be prepared.
Where's he at? That's over there. Okay, we'll deal with that later. Let's do the economic quests first, yeah? Yeah. They're all like in the same bundle, if I remember correctly. Yeah, like we're all right over here.
You don't understand. I've been to other worlds.
Yes, so have I. I go to Outland like every other week on my trade route.
Oh, yeah.
I actually love the idea that there's such regular trade with Outland now, it's just kind of normalized. Now, there's something you could update. It's about this. They never would, but update Netherguard Keep. In fact, no. No. Make restoring Netherguard Keep like the reclamation of Doma. Actually make it a chain where we contribute to it. And we help rebuild Netherguard Keep over time. Whoa, that hurts! Whoa, that was unpleasant. You're all dead now. Yeah, no, those poisons stacked hard. Ouch. Right? Like, give us a whole sequence of slowly rebuilding Netherguard Keep and reconnecting it both to Outland and to, I guess that'd be Stormwind, most likely.
But the Horde can't help, because they're evil.
And they've been to space. Don't flip me making myself dizzy with the HVA. Why would you decommission Netherguard? Unless you're going to put a town in its place. That I'd be down with. Actually, screw all that. Let's just go full tilt with this. We should reclaim the Blasted Lands. No, look, I'm sorry. The only reason the attempt at reclaiming the Blasted Lands failed was because of external influence. Nothrazim literally poisoned the well. They sabotaged it. So, like, let's reclaim the Blasted Lands. Let's set up a town there. A trade hub. A neutral trade hub. Probably on the port. You know, probably on the coast. And that's our trade pipeline to frickin' Outland. Yeah, Nethershire. Oh, I like that. Nethershire. That's good. Honors the past, moves forward. I like both of those. Have one side quest in the area for a Magkar orc. An old Magkar orc. Who is actually one of the survivors of the Iron Horde. Maybe not. I don't know. I kind of like the idea, but I don't want to hit that button too often, you know. I mean, that's pretty much what I was thinking of, Brigman. It's just you listen to him tell his story of the Iron Horde. There's a lot of storytelling potential there. I kind of hope so, Huthor, to be quite honest with you. Let us clean that stain on Warcraft history. And I rarely mean that so literally. That is just a mark that should have never existed in this setting. Even the writers have agreed with that. Let us participate in the reclamation of the Path of Glory. So I just had a really wild idea, but I'm going to wait for Huthor to type his idea first, because he just said, what if? Oh, the path of shame. So, hey, Merrick's.
Conversation initiated.
This is my first time down here. The edicts forbade us from venturing this far. Only the unbound dared venture here. It is a lot more green than I was expecting.
The eternal titans...
Well, that's so airy down here. Folks come back home never believe me. Clouds, underground.
I'll be seeing you again.
That's a plastic out here. Does the crystal ever go out? I can't imagine it's easy to sleep with that thing. Yeah, I like the idea that these people invested in blackout curtains pretty early on.
This land was not what we expected.
Diplomacy is not my strong suit. Give me a sword and I'll lead you till I die, but words? Ugh. People need this. I need to succeed.
Our holy mission takes a toll.
So,
always be prepared.
Supplies.
The darkness comes. We are prepared for the Empire. I pray for the flame to show us the way.
After the Day of Darkness, we haven't seen or heard of the Earthen. I don't know why. We used to be on good terms. I've even considered Merrick's a friend, albeit an odd one. We need this to go well.
The Day of Darkness changed everything.
Can you put the trade goods on display? You got it. Merrick's, we sent emissaries. None return. Have we offended you? I'll say, I am sorry. We have never received your emissaries. After the world shook, we didn't hear from your people. We assumed the worst. Well, I'm glad you're alive. It's good to see you again, Merrick's. And you, members of the Outlander Realms, welcome to Hallowfall. Here are examples of items we can trade. I have itemized lists as well. Yeah, hard one to be helping you. Smart. They got a reputation of solving the greatest of problems. I'm not sure if this qualifies, but yeah. Take it.
Come see my wares.
Must go. Apologies.
So, we've got weaponry. Tough ivy rope. That would be funny, Huthor. And spices, of which we probably have quite a few down here.
Hail to ye, adventurer.
So what would it take to convince you to open trade with the Arathi? Oh, the weapons look great, but you have more swords than you can shake a stick at. And the spices are good, I suppose? Doesn't seem like they have much large-scale resources to trade, though. Not the level we usually trade. Seems risky. You are an island with limited trade options.
Now don't you be gone too long.
Calm your grizzlies. Okay, okay. I'd like to make a formal trade offer with the Arathi. Yes, you would.
It's good fortune seeing you.
I can vouch for the Arathi.
Safe journeys.
Any front of Horde want to be a friend of mine. Let's try it. I love how that's it. Horde. Did you notice that? It was a Horde dialogue option. Thank you. Do you have any idea why our emissaries wouldn't have made it through to you? The ringing deeps were dangerous until recently. We have Horde Runner to thank for solving that. It seems I have a lot to thank Horde Runner for. Do you have time? I'd love to catch up. It's been so many years. Of course. A lot has happened. Let me fill you in.
I search each day for a winning strategy. The darkness comes.
Preserve me. That went better than I hoped.
Prepared.
Thank you once again. You've done us a great service.
Caution is warranted.
You're welcome. Get some frickin' ties. You need them. Come back in 2 days. Okay. This out really quick. It's just a vector quest. So here's my extremely terrible idea that no one would ever like and no one would ever do.
The lamplighters are
Aliens.
stretched thin.
No, for real, hang on.
For the Arathi to survive, we must settle
Quick.
inland's
Alright,
shadow from Beladar's light. The darkness strikes out with threats not even our key flames can dispel.
That's great. That's great. So there's an Outland revamp, possibly, right? Let's assume for a moment that an Outland revamp is happening. I know a lot of people don't like timed events, but WoW has a long-standing history of doing them. What if the reclamation of Outland is a long-term event, like a month or two, that we participate in? And when it's all done, you know, Acclamation server hits, or Acclamation patch hits, and we have access to the new Outland, which is a new server at that point, new shard. So, Nethershire, clearing up, clearing up the Path of Glory. Pretty much, that's pretty much what I'm saying, Huthor. Reconnecting with the Zanger and making sure the water levels are static. You get it, right? Making inroads on Shadowmoon, or trying. Making inroads on the Netherstorm, or trying. Reconnecting with Nagrin to the remainder of the Mag'har. Reconnecting the Mag'har with the Mag'har. You get it. And yeah, as Nero says, there might be more of Outland just floating out there. They can do whatever they want with that. I would 100% participate in that. I'd even stream it. A moment. You have one? One of my lieutenants, Shinda Creedpike, did not report at first bonfire. That may not seem like a large issue to you, but the Arathi and Hallowfall survive only because we follow orders and stand for our brethren. I'm not cruel. I don't want to punish a man for his weakness in this terrible environment. Can you find him and bring him back? Take all the time you need. I've said a few times that maybe Outland should become a new Azerothian moon, but there's some finickiness with that.
We are the Seekers of Light.
I don't have time for this. Sorry. Are you Shinda Creedpike? Yes, I am Shinda. Lieutenant of the Arathi army and devoted son of the Sacred Flame. I imagine Dawn Surge asked you to find me. I don't have time for this. Can't remember the last time I felt at peace. For that matter, I can't remember the last time I slept a full night. You and me both, brother. Dawn Surge gave us all a day of relaxation yesterday, and I couldn't think of a reason to do anything. Why should I when the next burden remains just as heavy for the next day? It's been years. I don't know how much longer I can stand this. Yeah, I feel that. You understand. How did you survive those times? And you call yourself a paladin with all this whining. Sorry. I wonder if that's a paladin option. I am not picking that. Be kind to yourself. Allow yourself time.
Stay alert. May the shadows pass you by.
You're speaking my language. Plans give me structure and a goal to achieve. Let me think about the optimal way to relax.
When the star shifts, seek shelter.
I used to fish. With my mother at the local pond when I was a child. It wasn't the fish that made the experience. My mother was famously terrible at cooking, but the tranquility and bonding time. Perhaps I could find a portion of that peace here. There's a spot south of Mereldar that others used to fish. I'll meet you there.
For the Empire.
I'm kind of with you on that, Xavion. But that's why you noticed what I specifically called out that needed assistance was Netherstorm, Shadowmoon, and Hellfire. And I know what you're thinking. Well, those are the things that are broken, but what I mean by that is there's such a thing as too broken, right? Like, the Millennium Falcon has character, and I'm with you on that. But if its hyperdrive literally doesn't work, then its hyperdrive literally doesn't work. So we need to pull it back a little bit, you know. Just a little bit. Give me my terraforming game. No, don't do that. That'd be amazing. What am I doing? Right, this is what I'm doing. I'm set to holy. Alright. Like, if you remember, this is probably a completely abandoned plot thread by this point, but back in BC, it was a plot point that the Outland as a whole was in danger of disintegrating into the Nether. And that was escalating because of what was happening in the Nether Storm. And that plot thread has just been tossed into the wind ever since. The only reason we know that that didn't happen is because we've been there since then, in lore. So when we get here, he says, we must protect the children. Clear the fishing hole.
What are monsters mean?
That's a good question. Mr. Terron told me he'd teach me to fish, but there's too many of these things around. Once I grow up, I'll be strong enough to fight off from my elders.
When the star shifts, get to shelter.
Sacred flame guide your way, friend.
Sure could have fished. But today confirmed anything for me. I have learned a valuable truth. If I lay down my sword, these children would have picked them up if they're to survive this place. They have known no other place than this land. This is our homeland. They will see our homeland. They must see our homeland. You're giving me retribution crap.
Beware the shadows. You carry your torch, you light the city.
Meh, it's trash.
Stay productive in the light.
I did not know that, Gary.
Light. May the shadows pass you by.
Yeah, let me explain.
The flame.
Sure, Gary.
For all of us.
I will not institute any punishment for his absence. I'm simply glad you were there to support him where I could not. Living in times of prophecy. It's a curse I would not bestow upon anyone. Must do what we can to survive.
Always be prepared.
Oh yeah, no, the mental health thing is everywhere in War Within. Oh wow. I'm standing at one of the few places which doesn't actually show it, but there it is. I could see that near his house. No kidding. Dragonflight was very much about legacy and moving forward. This is about... Well, there's actually two really big things. Yes, I did. That this is about. Obviously, mental health is a big one, but the other theme, which is absolutely freaking everywhere, is accepting who you are. Which, I know, that's a subset of mental health, but you get my point. We even see it in little things, like, I could get you a prosthetic to you know, give you usage of your arm back, and her response is, nope. And yeah. Literally one of the first things we hear as an earthen character is, you are not flawed. You are not a defect. So what this says, apparently, is, in the year of our glorious dominion, his holy radiance, Emperor Thoradin, by sovereign edict, did ordain the assembly of the Hallowfall expedition to traverse the storming sea.
I would safeguard my people.
Good to see you. I'm about to take a trip to the local infirmary. Would you care to join me?
We lose so many to the darkness.
Oh.
We are far from the Empire. We must rely on outsiders to save the Arathi.
Ain't that the truth, Uthor? Yeah, one of Anduin's biggest things he needs to come to grips with is the fact that he is not broken. I mean, she said that to him straight up into his face. And this whole zone has kind of been hitting him pretty directly in the aforementioned face with that. Oh, hey. Oh, those are soulbound.
After each battle, I come here to assist Caleb at the infirmary. He can always use an extra pair of hands. And I can see the price each conflict extracts. You've been a great help already. If you could assist Caleb, I would appreciate it.
Nice.
The darkness takes a heavy toll on us all.
Nice.
I have some spare bandages.
Nice touch. You can get the bandages, or you can just heal them.
We lose so many at the wall. But without it, the Nerubians raid the settlements. Their strategy vexes me. Their only goal seems to be the fight itself.
Bingo.
If they open a new front, I fear it would be our end.
Remember, Xalatath does not care about the Nerubians or the Arathi.
Get some downtime
That's
at
not
the
the
inn
goal.
while you can. We need you fresh for the next crisis.
Amusingly enough, Steel Strike is dealing with what we call an out-of-context problem. That's when someone's fighting something they don't even know exists, or is dealing with something that they've never had to deal with before, something they can't be aware of.
We must prepare for Beladar to shift.
If you're walking down the street and all of a sudden you fall over dead because an assassin you didn't know existed shoots you, that's you fighting an out-of-context problem. I know that's a terrible analogy, but it's still true. There's a lot of those. If you don't know the enemy is there, if you don't know you're in the middle of that contest, you can't do anything about it. Even if you're aware of the fact that the contest is existing, if you don't know who's contesting you, it's just like, huh?
We are surrounded by dangers.
Spare a moment? I have a favor to ask you and your friend here. Anduin? Sure, what's up?
I am eager to hear your story.
Faerun's wandered off. I think it might help if you and your disheveled friend here find her. She'll be in Light's Redoubt.
We must confront the darkness.
Why did you ask us both here? Faerun is quiet about her hurt, but she lost a close friend recently. She doesn't listen to advice from us old soldiers anymore. Talk to her, will you? She'll be in Light's Redoubt. I see. I'll meet you there. Yeah, I thought this was going to be later, but yeah, let's just go and do this now. The timing of it isn't necessarily off, so sure, whatever. Oh yeah, the connection between Anduin and Illyria is kind of wild in how well written it is. Okay, maybe we shouldn't do that, because that's actually taking us back to the MSQ. Hold up, I'm stupid. Just gonna do this for a second, make sure we're still in range. So anyways, that's Liadrin and Salandria. They've been talking this whole time in the background. Thank you for agreeing to read with us. I'm eager to learn more about the Sacred Flame. It's no problem, my lady. I'm always happy to discuss the Sacred Flame. Do you gain the Sacred Flame through Beladar? Beladar is more a symbol, a holy relic, if you will. A powerful source of the light, yes, but not the source of the Sacred Flame. Does the flame come from another source, or is it intrinsic? Sorry, I'm trying to condense years of training into a single conversation. The Sacred Flame comes from within, much like the light, but it's also an external source, much like the light. It has more physical applications, given its flammability. Interesting, so you tap into the elemental plane. In many ways, it's an element of faith. The Sacred Flame isn't a being or energy from the Firelands, nor any specific plane, but the representation of belief. It's not just holy or arcane, but both and neither. Coming from within us, it's existing as a radiant force throughout the cosmos. It sounds akin to our applications of the light. True. I suppose it makes sense given its origins. Thank you, Reginald. It's been a pleasure. I hope we can return soon. Now, that sounds kind of weird if you've been paying attention to the lore, because all you just heard them say was, duh, water's wet. But I like how they're making more of an effort to put some more of the rules of the setting on display in the game. So people who aren't paying attention, or who weren't around for that, or who don't want to go back and do the awful stuff, can see, ah, this is how the light works. And also, if you're paying attention, they just flat out stated, without using the same words, no, it's not shamanism. No, it's not. I forget what else they mentioned. Oh god, I'm stupid. But they specifically called out shamanism. Oh, arcane study. That was it. Shamanism and arcane study. By the way, am I the only one who thinks this place should not be as stable as it is? You see the giant chunk of those pillars that's gone? Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. What's up? Okay. I was told you need help. Hope you're ready to get your hands dirty. The Cobus grew bold if they think it can defile our veneration grounds. I think we should collect their teeth to wipe the smile off their faces. Come! My brother and I will try to cleanse the land of this filth. Try to keep up!
You are an outsider.
Without their magical weapons, the Cobus casters will be able to use their foul necromancy. Steal their staves so we might toss them into the sacred flame and be done with them.
Obey the testament of Merildar.
I believe this is our last one for the day. You taking a help? Okay. I think this is going to beat the Emerald Dream, and if I'm being honest, that does not surprise me. If you asked me before I even started this run which zones would be at the top, I would say the 4th zone, Hallowfall, the Emerald Dream, and the Jade Forest. And lo and behold, all of those zones, except for the 4th zone, of course, are in the top 5. It's nice to know I'm not completely wrong about everything. These Cobus have taken advantage of our fight with the Nerubians. They've grown bold, brother. Their discipline of battle is impressive. This outsider will do well to watch and learn. Forgive, Sebastian, my new friend. We wouldn't have made this far without your help. Waking Shore was a bit of a surprise, yes. I didn't think it would knock it out of the park the way it did. But damned if it did. It probably helps that the Waking Shore had very few hiccups in it. You know? A few negatives. These skirmishes tire me, brother. We should pace ourselves lest we fall to error. The sacred flame will sustain us, brother. The heathen draw the ire of the Cobus. We will then strike their unprotected flank. Yep, exactly the same. You see, there's a story. Yep, can confirm. There is a story. There might have been a chain somewhere in the dream, maybe. Don't quote me on that. There's trees. There's trees in both zones. Remember that whole speech I gave earlier about people and their opinions not being worth... of what people say not being worth listening to? Anyways, I fear I was not prepared for the sheer number of the enemies we faced, brother. I need a moment to regain my strength. The outsiders keep soldiering on, so should we. The Emperor demands we push ourselves beyond the limits of our enemies. Both are fictional.
We are the warriors of the sacred flame.
My brother and I have dealt heavy blows to the Cobus, but you could have done more. The most foul Cobus of them all has yet to taste my blade. If we take out their leader, the rest will flee. Let's take the head of Dreadfang. Okay. Earthia, and I mean this with this total sincerity, is kind of a light, desaturated puke color. I love that these two are literally standing here doing nothing. I'm not even sure that's a bug. They're just standing here doing nothing. Not that I need their help, but still. Come on, guys. Wake up, wake up. Mother, always at your back. No, don't leave me, Thelian. And he's dead, somehow. I don't have the words. Take his body? They'll know what to do at the Priory. It wasn't supposed to end like this. Yeah, I'm 90% sure they're supposed to be fighting there. By the way, the one who died was the one who kept complaining that he was being pushed too hard and asking for a break and talking about how fatigued he was. The other one kept telling him, no, we must keep going. The Emperor's light provides. And he died.
We have strayed from favor. Take your leave. The Empire's light will banish the darkness.
Poor Thelian. Give him some of his first lessons in combat. I'll see him to his final pyre, but first, you. I've been trying to fight back an infestation of sweet stings harassing our winemaking operations. I need someone to finish them off while I tend to his remains. Be fast and clever. Bring me some of the venom you can as you take care of things. Turn them into a poison for the nuisances once we're there.
Obey the testament of Merildar.
Ah, Thelian. He always did follow his big brother into anything. While I prepare him for his final rest, would you please help Brother Abelard with a batch of the wine?
The Empire is forever.
Sure. I can do that. I mean, I get Huther's point. Look at what the end of Wrath, for an example. The creation of the third Lich King, the destruction of Arthas and Death Knight Arthas, Tyrion nearly screwing everything over. End of Cata. Loss of the Aspects, and, oh, by the way, What's-Her-Face is pregnant. Not a great moment, but still the big moment. End of Pandaria, well, that's actually kind of debatable, but the one in the raid is the big, you know, dumb scene. There's a lot of dumb scenes here. In Warlords, one of the worst cutscenes of the entire game. I'm sensing a trend here. Hang on a second. Are any of these cutscenes good? Legions. Your crusade. Okay, so Legions is bad too. BFA's was the death of N'Zoth, the destruction of Ny'alotha. That was fine. I'll let that one go. So BFA's was the first one that was fine. Shadowlands is the other worst cutscene in the game. Oh my god, they're all bad! From Wrath to Shadowlands, with the possible exception of BFA. They're all bad. I've never put that together before. The making of this wine is a time-honored tradition. Listen close to what I tell you to add. Blessed water, blessed water. Blessed water? Blessed water. Herbs. More blessed water. Special spices. He means marijuana. Interesting thought. If we're just going by the final cinematic of a raid, in Dragonflight, that's still not what I'd call a super great one. You know, it's the one where they all get their spectral powers again. But the one right after that also sucks. You know, the PSA. Now, here's the really weird thing. Let's think about the actual endings of each of these expansions. So, Wrath's actual ending was the Halion raid, which I'll call that a nothing burger. Cataclysms was actually the cinematic. There was nothing after that, so fine, that sucked. Pandaria had 2 epilogues. One if you're doing the Legendary Chain with Raytheon, the other with Lorewalker Cho, which was actually pretty good. So, yeah, okay, Pandaria actually had a good, legitimate epilogue. Warlords didn't have anything post-cinematic, so that one just sucked. Legion had the quest with Illidan, which I think was well done. I'm going to go ahead and say that was a decent one. You can say what you want about Illidan, but no, that's this variant character for Illidan, and everything he was saying was right there on the page, so I'm with that. BFA's... I don't remember BFA's epilogue. Shadowlands had a huge epilogue, and almost all of it was good. Like, almost everything in the epilogues at the end of Shadowlands was really good. And then, obviously, Dragonflight's epilogue is just knocking it completely out of the park. Everything to do with Bellatham? I can't remember the name of the town now. Bellameth. I was close. So, mostly good on the epilogue scale.
We are the warriors of the sacred flame. We are all the Emperor's subjects. The Empire's...
Sebastian could use your support now. His little brother was his best friend. Only death could separate them, and it has. He is not taking it well. It is customary to burn written memories of the deceased. By committing them to the flames, we let go of our heartache and the warmth. Let the warmth of memory heal us. It's a bittersweet time. You were with him at the end. That might help, Sebastian.
We are all the Emperor's subjects.
Okay, I can help with this. Odd-looking place, but I'm with it, I'm with it. We'll keep your idea in mind, Pyrus. Thank you. Sebastian? So we've got several options. We can pat his shoulder awkwardly. We can nod solemnly in silence. We can engulf him in a huge hug. We can stand ready to help, shuffling awkwardly, or tell him you're ready whenever he is. I'm going to go with the last option. Well, missed memory of the land. I remember he was in his crib and I've been told to leave him alone to sleep. But I didn't want my brother to be lonely, so I put our Lynx's kitten in with him. Mother was so upset because the land could have been smothered, but I just didn't want him to be alone. Like he is now. Mother was so worried about the land coming with me on the Hallowfall expedition. The land told her not to worry. I would be there to look after him. I assured her I always would. I was on an eye out for him, except my best wasn't enough. We fought sometimes, but brothers don't. He's more cautious than I. We disagreed over that the most. He was wiser. I can see that now. What am I going to do without you, Thalian? How can I remain centered? I'm sorry. I think I'd like to be alone for a while. Kinda is, Uthor.
We will triumph.
It worries me. He's still in such anger over his grief.
The Empire is forever.
The land was a good one, but now we must commit his body to the flames. Sebastian's in no shape to bear his brother. Would you collect his remains from among those others that await their final rest?
Take your leave.
Of course. The Leon's body is missing. All the other bodies are missing as well. Yeah, you know this would tilt at some point, didn't you? I love the progression of this arc. It's just two dudes who are like, let's go kill Kobus! And it's just like, what? This develops so brilliantly. I love the pacing of just this arc by itself.
The Emperor rewards
Gone?
the faithful.
All the bodies are gone?
Obey the testament of Meryl.
All the dead are missing? How could that be? They were laid out in preparation for the pyres. Who would want to move? Someone must have seen something. Ask anyone in the area who might have seen something. I'll get to talk to the upper clergy. We'll get to the bottom of this and return our dead so they can be properly tended to.
The Empire's light will banish the darkness.
Yes, excuse me. Hello?
We have strayed from favor.
I don't know anything about that. Does the prioress? I'm asking you, dude.
May Beladar stay in the light.
Okay.
The Emperor rewards the faithful.
Whoa! Dude! Okay. Do not tempt the hammer. You will not enjoy that experience. I am substantially more vested in the light than you are.
You are an outsider, yes?
We do as the prioress commands. Her will is unquestionable. What?
The Emperor rewards the faithful. We have
bodies.
strayed
I wonder if the
from
prioress
favor.
knows. Okay. Actually, yeah, ditto. In fact, when I first thought it, I was like, oh,
You are an
okay.
outsider, yes?
Yeah, come here.
We are the warriors of the sacred
Yeah,
flame.
you think the three of you can take me? You are mistaken.
The Emperor rewards the faithful.
They attacked you? And they said the prioress is involved? That doesn't bode well.
We are all the Emperor's
And
subjects.
now a dungeon. Now, for the interest of narrative, I'm going to go ahead and kind of just run over this. So we're going to do follower version. I fear the prioress may be behind her missing dead and her missing baron. Sebastian has disappeared as well, and I don't believe in coincidences. She and Sebastian have been taken to our recent losses hard. I fear what their overwhelming grief might be doing to their souls. We must confront them and bring them back to sanity, if we can.
Obey the testament of Meryldar.
I should mention I've done this on Mythic Plus. This is a great dungeon. But for now, let's just run this place over, shall we? Wait, hang on. Sorry. Forgot a step. Sorry. Getting ahead of myself. General, we have a problem.
I must ensure my people's survival.
The flames is a disturbing news.
We are far from the Empire.
Okay, now, right? Yes, okay. Now we go in. Sorry about that, everyone. Yes, Steel Strike! This is a great dungeon, by the way. I hope at least some of it is still good.
Built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Beladar.
I love that phoenix flying right after me up there.
The devotees have become secretive, hostile. The god sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty geared for what is a follower dungeon. We're just gonna really run over this place here. Yeah, I'm actually topping the DPS right now. It would be nice, Uthor. No, we can't get involved in that mess. Why not, sir? Because I don't want to get into the murder death ball. A good reason, sir. So they roam, right? The captains roam, the lieutenants roam. I'll pull you back here.
Chainmail, your training grounds fall to the intruders!
I like how the followers say hold position. I guess I'm used to Mythic. Mythic Plus, excuse me, when you're in a hurry. So, sure. What's up, boy? So, there's 3 mini-bosses here. Someone check me on the number there, please. You can kill them, of course. You kind of don't have to. And when I say kind of, what I mean... Demonstrate this here in just a second, hopefully. Yeah, it's that one up there, that one down there, the one we just killed. Just slip on through here. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Not here, not here. Ah, damn it. We got in combat. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. No worries. We're all dead. When we did our Mythic Plus of this, I don't remember the number, don't ask me. We actually did it where we killed 2 of the lieutenants and fought the 3rd with the boss. That was a little touch and go. Oh yeah, so anyway, so if you don't...
Ours is the true path for the Arathi!
This fight's a bit meaner.
Feel Ember's wrath!
That was mostly along for the ride. For
To these heathens.
I was just the tank. I do like having the choice, though, I'm not gonna lie.
Fang and claw!
Lol, Luthor.
I go in glory.
Not really. Down you go, buddy. I'd say enjoy your stay in the mob, but the Shadowlands doesn't exist.
The hero. How could the Priory force him to turn against Hallowfall?
That's a good question. Yeah, like so many other Paladin groups over the years. Cough, cough, BC. Cough, cough, Scarlets. This trash can be mean. We tried to double pull in this upcoming roll. Just double. We didn't wipe. But that was a thing.
Are these steel strikes, lackeys? Guards! Guards!
I'm just gonna double pull. Because I'm crazy and doing a fall redemption. I love those new telegraphs, I really do. Yeah, I know, right? The first thing she does, time to die.
No. They belong to that old fool's sister. Her usefulness to the Empire has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty.
I should probably read out the boss thing of the first boss we just killed. Captain Delcry commands the grounds of the Priory of the Sacred Flame. He drills the acolytes in its approved martial disciplines of the Empire and ensures their training and loyalty are of imperial quality. Our next boss is the brother we were just doing quests with. Distraught over the death of his brother, Baron Braunpike has pledged his loyalty to Prioress Murpray. The powerful knight now acts as her personal enforcer, protecting the secrets of the Priory from both outsiders and insufficiently loyal Arathi. So, I've been thinking about if this deserves a negative. I know that sounds like a strange sentence. It's kind of...
Serve their purpose. Baron, demonstrate your worth.
Those who oppose the Emperor will fall at our feet.
Sebastian? Buddy? Yeah, so this kind of comes out of absolutely nowhere. We do a single side quest, and then it's like, okay, let's ignore the side questy thing. It's one quest chain, which leads into some really unusual circumstances. It's a good quest chain, but then it leads immediately into this dungeon. And these are kind of just the Scarlets again, right? Like, remember, this dungeon happens right after the quest we just did, which is why I insisted on doing this dungeon immediately and in follower mode. So it's just like, what? And we really, it really does just kind of like, and then, because it's not terrible. It makes a lot of sense that there would be like a rogue faction of Arathi. It actually makes a lot of sense. But what weirds me out about it is how little attention it gets. You'd think this would kind of be a big deal. A huge portion of their military decided to go rogue and militant. And so we wipe them out, and then we move on. And on the one hand, I like that it's just kind of a no-drama thing, but on the other hand, it's sort of like... Let's see around, Devo. It's sort of like that movie in the middle of a season of an anime, right? It's like, hang on, we gotta go deal with this threat really quick. Okay, we're back.
By the Emperor's will!
I don't know, what do y'all think? Looking for opinions.
Glory guides my hammer!
I mean, the quest leading into it is great, regardless of the dungeon.
Heal me.
I'm wondering about the dungeon itself.
Shielded by flames light!
My first defeat.
Well, his brother isn't alone
Prey
anymore.
has warped the Priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. Why? She has always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will, but to turn against us is madness.
And that's kind of the problem, is this is pretty severe. This isn't like, you know, I disagree with opening up to the Outlanders. This is just straight up, I'm going to take over. If anybody questions me, I'm going to kill them instantly. Like, these are Scarlets. They're not calling themselves that, but they are. Maybe that's the point. I don't know. Like, I don't think it's that bad either, but I don't think it's that good either.
Beladar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals the strength we Arathi lacked. With an army of the Risen, the Arathi will defeat the Nerubians, conquer Kazalgard, and subjugate the world!
No, such heresy. They defile the sacred flame by animating the dead. They are no better than the Kobis.
So yeah, you're probably wondering where those corpses went. And there's the land, right there. Yeah, this really does have Xalatath's fingerprints all over it. Find a zealot, point her in a direction. Because, like, these are, in case you can't tell, these are light-bound undead. Undead paladins, but very, very simply.
No Arathi leaves the Emperor's service, even in death.
I mean, she is preaching primarily about the Emperor. Not the Empire. Not, you know, the people. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Guys, come on. Work with me here. Come on up.
The sacred flame will cleanse your transgressions! My place be purified! Flames take you! Flames take you! Brothers and sisters, hearken to the flame!
I do like the boss music. Yeah, great DPS check there, honestly. I should mention, I really like this dungeon. YouTube is an inferior streaming platform top to bottom, and I can't dual cast without issues. And that's the summary of the answer to you. What am I doing, Andor again? Never at the moment.
It is done. These zealots no longer steer our faith towards destruction. All who take comfort in the light of the sacred flame, thank you.
It would be more accurate to say we have no plans to cover Andor Season 2 yet. I don't even know when it comes out. I know it's soon. Yeah, here's our airship dock for the Priory. That is a vast and empty sea. It'll be $23 million, Mr. Red. Yeah, I recorded all that in July, Alex Bogot. The way that the YouTube VODs work is I stream it all here and I record it, then I upload it once a week over on YouTube. It's pretty much the same how I've always done it. Just Donkey Kong? $25 million. I literally have about a year and a half of uploaded stuff already uploaded on YouTube until December of 2026, I believe. Why do I wait so long? A lot of reasons, actually. But the simplest and easiest reason is it doesn't really benefit anyone to dump I think it's about 120 VODs all on my channel all at once. In fact, most people prefer it when I don't dump 120 VODs on my channel at once. Also, YouTube itself doesn't like when I do that. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to call it a neutral, Luthor. I'm not super impressed, and I'm not going to lie to you about that. But, as you say, it's mostly just a weird hiccup in an otherwise excellent zone. And it's got a great lead-up, which then just kind of stops, you know? It's like...
We will triumph.
I wish it could have happened some other way, but at least they're all at peace. Are they?
The Empire is forever.
You're probably right. They probably wanted to do another Paladin. Like we've talked about this before. We know one of their approaches is to come up with boss ideas first, or more accurately, separate, and then, like, tack story onto that. Remember, I talked about the 3 types of bosses. That's one of them. That's one of the approaches they use. Okay, so that's a delve. That I can't do yet. That is waiting on the MSQ. That's the new dungeon. I think that's actually everything we're doing today. Now, normally I'd chop off right here, but I kind of want to do something really quick. Oh, every War Within dungeon's legit. I supposed to add to that. I want to see how well Hallowfall scored, if you'll forgive me the indulgence. I gotta type up some thoughts. I'm just going to do truncated notes right now, but I want to at least figure out how many positives this is. Please give me a moment. Oh, I do. I should do that, Mr. Red. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, you know what? Here, I can make it a little bit bigger for you. Whoop! That's Ugly Man. We don't want Ugly Man. We want this. There you go. There we go. Much better. I can't decide if I want this shot or a shot of the town. I don't know what y'all think. Tabulating. You know, this song kind of sounds FF14-y, doesn't it? Like, is that just me? Really? I think you're right. It just kind of clicked with me for some reason, like just now. Hey, off the deeper end. Sorry, yeah, I'm taking my time a little bit too much here. There. No, that's our shot right there. So yeah, I'm not dealing with that today. I think Bregman got to it before I did, though. So it's actually closer than I thought. But yes, Hallowfall does beat the Emerald Dream by 4. Still does it. And there's actually still some potential for that to go even further, because I'm pretty sure there's some extra quests here which we haven't seen yet and can't do yet, including one that's right there. But all of that is going to wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow we hit Zone 4. I'll see y'all.